Father, as we deliberate on the issues before us, we pray that you guide us through, you grant us the wisdom, you grant us even God favor, so that whatever deliberation we are going to get will be for the benefit of the university as well as the entire humanity. We thank you for every presenter. We thank you for the administration. We thank you, even God, for giving us a venue like this one. We honor you and bless you. This we pray in Jesus' name.
Thank you. Good morning again. So we are in beautiful ICAD, a facility that we have here in Jomo Kenyatta. And as I start, I would want to also mention that we are both physical and online. So for our guests who are participants who are watching online, karibuni sana. And if you have an issue, we have a team that is dedicated to you to be able to ensure that you participate even as we participate here physically in Jomo Kenyatta. With that, I want to recognize a few of our sponsors. So we have sponsors from outside the university who've helped this function to be as is today. So we have the National Research Fund, we have the Kenya Commercial Bank, who've additionally also given us a guest speaker, a keynote speaker. We also have JKUATES, our company. You'll see some of their things outside there. We also have Inkaba Biotech, who helps with Professor Gerisho Munala and team, and Dr. Lilian Kariuki. And with that, I would want to welcome the co-chair of the conference, to give his opening remarks. And as he comes, can our phones please be on silent? Sir, let the phones please be on silent. Number two, we have gents and ladies on that side, and I believe up here. So if you wish, up there and up on this side. Thank you. You're taller than me, so you can see. Yes.
Thank you so much. It's fantastic to see all of you. And on behalf of the co-chair, I'll read the welcome remarks on behalf of the co-chair and the organizing committee. Our chief guest, Mr. Joseph Murabula, the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Climate Innovation Center, the Vice Chancellor, represented by Professor Kinyua, keynote speakers, Deputy Vice Chancellors present, principals of colleges and campuses, distinguished scholars and guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As a co-chair of the 18th JKUAT Scientific, Technological and Industrialization Conference, it's my pleasure to welcome all of you to this remarkable event. I'm truly honored to see such a great turnout of researchers in academia, all gathered here to engage in research and innovation to address the pressing challenges globally. And the theme of this year's conference is fostering quality training, research and innovation, research, innovation and entrepreneurship for sustainable development. This theme is particularly timely and relevant as we face complex challenges and pressing issues that require innovative and sustainable solutions. It is through research and innovation that we can develop practical and effective solutions that can help us build a sustainable future for ourselves and for the generations to come. The JKUAT Scientific, Technological, and Industrialization Conference and Exhibition is an annual event that provides a platform for all researchers, scholars, and practitioners to deliberate, discuss, and postulate on various research areas. Our ultimate objective is to bolster research outputs and education, tackling problems across all sectors effectively. And I'm confident that this year's conference will be a great success with stimulating and insightful presentations, discussions, and interactions. I'm also honored to welcome all our esteemed guests. Your presence really is a testament to the importance of this event, and I urge you to take advantage of the opportunity to exchange ideas, knowledge, and also to enjoy the JQuat and ICAD environment. I urge you to keep on trying, testing, investigating, and creating innovation and research that will bring the timely solutions that we need to solve our challenges. Your work is important to the collective progress, and your contribution are deeply appreciated. As I welcome the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Production and Extension, Professor Jackson Kwanza, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to all who have contributed to the success of this conference. Let us engage constructively. Let us discuss. Let's work together to finding solutions that can solve the perennial problems that we have and that can create a sustainable future so that we are able to have a prosperous future. Deputy Vice Chancellor, welcome.
Our chief guest, Mr. Joseph Murabula, who is also the Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Climate Innovation Center, our Chairman of Council, Dr. Micah Onsando, our Vice Chancellor, represented by the DVC Academic Affairs, Professor Kinyua, keynote presenters, Deputy Vice Chancellors present, principals, distinguished scholars and researchers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you gathered here today for the 18th JKUAT Scientific, Technological, and Industrialization Conference and Exhibitions. It is indeed a privilege to be part of this pivotal annual event, which serves as a nexus for the convergence of minds, ideas, and innovations aimed at driving sustainable development. As we convene for this significant occasion, themed Fostering Quality Training, Research, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship for Sustainable Development, I'm filled with anticipation at the wealth of knowledge, insights, and breakthroughs that will be shared and showcased throughout the day. The conference serves as a beacon, drawing together both national and international luminaries components for catalyzing industrial development. Our agenda today encompasses a rich combination of oral and poster presentations alongside an impressive exhibition spotlighting technological innovations tailored to propel industrialization forward. The breadth of topics covered is vast, ranging from agricultural science and technologies to information and communication technology, from medical advancements to environmental conservation and climate change management. At JKUAT, we recognize the profound importance of events such as this in fostering dialogue, collaboration, and innovation. Our commitment to leveraging higher education, research, and innovation for sustainable development is unwavering. The programs offered at JKUAT are meticulously crafted to equip our researchers and innovators with the tools and the knowledge necessary to tackle the pressing challenges of our time. Indeed, our ongoing research initiatives span a diverse array of thematic areas, including agriculture and food security, human and animal health, environmental conservation, and eco-friendly infrastructure development, among others. These endeavors underscore our dedication to making tangible contributions towards enhancing economic development and improving livelihoods. As we embark on this collective journey towards sustainable development, I urge all present to embrace the spirit of innovation and collaboration. Let us seize this opportunity to not only disseminate knowledge, but also to catalyze real-world impact through commercialization of our research outputs. In closing, I extend my gratitude to all partners, stakeholders, and collaborators for their unwavering support. Together, let us harness the power of education, research, and innovation to address the pressing challenges facing humanity and chart a course towards a more prosperous and sustainable future. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to welcome the Vice Chancellor, represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs, Professor Kenywa, to make her remarks. Professor Kenywa.
Thank you very much, NDVC, RPE. Ladies and gentlemen, I am speaking on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, who unfortunately is unable to be with us. She had planned to come, but there is an urgent meeting with the ministry and government in Nairobi, so she's unable to come. Maybe she'll be joining us later. Otherwise, today is a great day. We are gathered here to hear what people have been doing over the last perhaps 1 year. And we have the privilege of having our chief guest, Mr. Joseph Murabula, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. I'm sure you will give us a lot. You'll tell us what it is all about. For those who do not understand it, I think some of us have had an opportunity to interact with them. So our chief guest, Mr. Murabula, our chair of council, we are very privileged to have the chair of council and Dr. Mika Onsando. Please welcome. DVCs who are present here, former Vice Chancellor, Professor Nick Wanjoy is here with us. I think in this university we could call him the father of the idea of innovation and commercialization. He talked a lot about it. Welcome, Prof. And I know he will be speaking about something related to that. Keynote speakers who are here, including our team, partners from Finland, welcome. Principals of colleges, researchers, sponsors, distinguished scholars, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with immense pleasure that I extend my warmest greetings to you as we convene for the 18th JKUAT Scientific, Technological, Industrialization Conference and Exhibition. Our theme this year, fostering quality training, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship for sustainable development, deeply resonates with our mission at JKUAT and underscores the pivotal role that higher education plays in shaping the future. As we converge here today, we acknowledge the indispensable role that JKUAT plays in advancing knowledge and nurturing the leaders of tomorrow who will confront the multifaceted challenges outlined in our conference theme. The hybrid nature of this year's conference, that is blending physical exhibition with our virtual platform, symbolizes our commitment to inclusivity and collaboration across global sectors. This conference stands as a cornerstone of our academic calendar, providing a critical and vibrant forum for academia, industry leaders, and government to exchange insights and propose solutions to pressing issues that affect the society. It is a testament to JKUAT's vision to be a university of global excellence in training, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship for development. I am impressed by the overwhelming response from scholars worldwide, with a significant number of papers spanning diverse fields such as physical, medical and social sciences, agriculture, environment, and technology. These contributions offer innovative pathways to address challenges like food insecurity, climate change, healthcare, access, and technological advancement. I am confident the solutions presented within these papers will not only advance the developmental agenda of our nation, but also contribute significantly to global progress. Each paper represents a high degree of dedication and expertise, serving as a crucial building block in the academic and professional journeys of our scholars. Moreover, I appreciate the supportive and enabling environment fostered by the government, enabling researchers and innovators to thrive. However, sustaining such endeavors necessitates robust partnerships and collaborations with government agencies, the private sector, and development partners to mobilize essential resources. In conclusion, as we embark on this journey towards sustainable development, let us rekindle our commitment to research and innovation. Let us seize the opportunity to forge new partnerships, re-engage with stakeholders, and harness synergies across all sectors. By focusing on the sub-themes outlined in this conference, we can reignite the passion for research and innovation and achieve enduring progress for our nations. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to all who have contributed to the success of this conference, and I look forward to your continued support as we translate the solutions presented here into tangible actions. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor to invite our University Council Chair, Dr. Mika Onsando, to give his remarks, and also invite the chief guest for us. And Dr. Onsando is a very passionate person in the area of commercialization. He's an expert, he's actually a scientist, like all of you, a plant pathologist. And so he brings a lot of wealth also from the private sector. And I'm sure you would want to share one or two ideas about commercialization, especially commercialization of innovations in industry. So welcome, our Chair of Council. Welcome. It's okay.
Thank you, Professor Kinywa. Let me take this opportunity to first welcome all of you and to thank the partners. Clearly, the team from Finland, we are really appreciative that you're here, the scholars in the room, and of course, the chief guest who has graciously accepted to be with us today. We are here because we are attending a technological and industrialization conference. What informs this is science, R&D, and innovation. If you keep having meetings like this for a decade, and you have very good abstracts like this for that decade, and you cannot point at a technology from here that has been commercialized and has created jobs and contributed to the economy, then for you, R&D innovation will be an end in itself. But it's not an end in itself, it's a means to the end. Having been in public research, like you and commercial research, I can tell you that the difference is quite big. In public R&D, we are very good at science and innovation, but it gets proof of concept and ends there. That will never spark industrialization. That will never spark commercialization. The real work for impact begins after proof of concept, where you begin to develop products, because product development is a journey. And it's clear a journey that's complementary to science and innovation, which is proof of concept. Why do we develop a product? Why, for example, does Unilever keep improving their detergent Omo or their toothpaste Close-Up? Because they deploy research and innovation to make the product unique so that that product can survive in a competitive market environment. So that is the bit that we really need to bring on board to begin to impact the economy of this country, to begin to pay back to the exchequer and Kenyan taxpayers. Because we have a very, very valuable resource, intellectual resource. This resource is unique to this team. And only this team then can deploy that resource for the benefit of the Kenyan economy and the Kenyan people. Innovation per se that ends at proof of concept, that doesn't give you an innovative product that will attract an entrepreneur to invest in processing that product, is really not gonna make the necessary impact. as a university, we are committed. My council is committed to ensure that we go beyond proof of concept. And we have committed that in 3 years, we want to commercialize 2 products. That is a top level target for the council. But you know the council doesn't do the job. The job will come from those of you who are seated here. But the council can only guide and oversight. But the people that are going to give us those 2 products that will be on the shelf in 3 years are the people seated here. I have a lot of confidence and trust in your capability. And with a bit of injection of the commercial science component, which is what I bring to the table, I think we will go places. And that's when this university will be truly the agricultural and technological university. With those few remarks, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me now invite our chief guest, Joseph Murabula, who is also the Kenya Climate Innovation CEO, to give his remarks. Thank you very much.
Dr. Micah Onsando, the Chair of the Council of Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, Professor Jackson Kwanza, the DVC Research, Professor Kinywa, the DVC Academic Affairs, the professors assembled here, distinguished researchers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once more. Let me say that I'm very, very happy to be here. And the reason I'm happy to be here is because we are constantly looking for knowledge and ways of addressing the twin challenges that we have in the world. And for us at the Kenya Climate Innovation Center, we define those challenges as 2. One is climate change, and the other is poverty. And the 2, of course, are related, and there is no way we are going to address them without the knowledge, the minds, and the research that comes out of universities like this. Before I proceed further, let me say that this invitation to be chief guest for today was very unexpected. When I saw the email come through from Shem, I actually thought he was joking, because I thought that forums like this are addressed by distinguished professors and not people who have not gone beyond the second page of their PhD concept. And so I actually thought Shem was joking. Luckily for me, because I had another engagement in Kakamega, I quickly said, I'm not available. Yeah, but he insisted. And then he, after 2 days, he sent my colleague Tobias, who used to work here, now works for us at the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. And all Tobias said when he walked into my office is, I don't have much to say. Now that in itself is a problem if a communication person does not have much to say. And he said, the only reason I'm here is I've been told that you must be the chief guest on the 21st at JKUAT. I cannot send back a negative answer, so I'm going to send back a positive answer. And so one thing led to the other, and somehow, schedules were rearranged, and I'm here today. And I'm very, very happy that I chose to be here because I've lived through the sort of ideas that have come through and which are documented in the conference book. And I can see a lot of great work going on here. So it's an honor for me to be able to stand before you here today at this 18th JKUAT Scientific, Technological, and Industrialization Conference. This gathering, as I've just mentioned, epitomizes the ways in which we can address the challenges that face the world, and that way is through what you'd call collaboration and knowledge sharing. And therefore, I want to extend my deepest commendation to JKUAT for championing this conference since 2005. I think that consistency is commendable, as it were. So this year's theme, fostering quality training, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship for sustainable development, therefore resonates deeply with the core principles that drive progress in the 21st century. It's therefore, as we gather here today, it's important to acknowledge the role that knowledge institutions, such as the universities, play in terms of shaping the future through rigorous research, innovative thinking, and comprehensive education. It's normally said that if you have knowledge and you don't share it, then it's useless. And so it's important that these sort of forums where we share knowledge and we share knowledge at peer level are held annually, so that then we can refine our thinking and use it to promote progress in society through commercialization of that research, which we do very well at KCIC, or through teaching the next generation of researchers and innovators, as it were. Because if you die with your knowledge, then clearly you've not helped humanity. So the diverse array of topics encompassed in this conference room, from agricultural research to information technology, from engineering technology to water technologies, to energy, to climate change, and from policy to medical advancements, all underscore a multifaceted approach required for sustainable development. Each of these areas represents a piece of puzzle in our quest for a better and a more equitable world, as it is. As you've been told before, I come from the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. And I just mentioned that in our world, we think of the two biggest development challenges in the world as being climate change and poverty. And none of them can be solved by one discipline. We have to collaborate. We have to work in a multifaceted way. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, in this era of rapid change and global challenges, it's essential for the academia and the private sector to forge strong partnerships. It is one thing to do research. It is another thing to ensure that that research is socialized within the society through the commercialization route. So what happens is that universities and knowledge institutions and think tanks are very good in terms of bringing up new ideas through research, but they are not as good in terms of commercializing those ideas. And that's where institutions like ourselves who work with the private sector come in. So what we are basically looking for is the strong collaboration, strong linkages between ourselves and yourselves, so that then all the ideas that can come out of these universities are incubated, because that's what we do. The chair spoke about proof of concept, because that's where exactly the concept is proven through an incubation process, through a process that translates that idea into a solution on the ground. And that usually is done through a process we call product development or service development, depending on whether it's an actual product or a service. The moment that process happens and you have a real product, then you need to get it to commercial level where the product can then be available at scale to solve real problems. And we do that in KCIC through a process called acceleration. And so we have generally most of our programs take two angles. First, we start off with an incubation process. We get you into a process where your product is proven, and it's normally proven through a market acceptance process. We support you to get a mark of quality through the standards authorities, and if you need further refinement, we support you through organizations like the Kenya Industrial Research and Development Institute to refine your product. Once is proven, then we support you through an acceleration process where we look at the financing side, we look at the marketing side, we look at the policy angle, and because you are starting off, we even provide you with an address or a physical space to work from, so that then you can have the benefit of the amenities that an office situation provides in the event that you are unable to access them. So through that process, then we get you to a commercial level. But for us to be able to do all that, we need ideas to keep coming through, ideas that we can incubate. And so we constantly try to forge collaborations and partnerships with universities like this, so that then we get ideas and we get them solving real-world problems. So, ladies and gentlemen, as the world changes globally and rapidly for that matter, it is therefore essential, as I've mentioned, for the academy or for the universities and the private sector to forge strong partnerships. Universities always serve as crucibles for innovation, generating groundbreaking ideas and nurturing the minds that will drive progress. As I mentioned, I've seen, I think, close to 70 new ideas in this book. Those ideas will be presented at this conference. My ask of you is to interrogate those ideas, and then let's work together to see if those ideas can then be commercialized to solve real-world problems. So for the innovations to reach their full potential and make a tangible impact, technology transfer must take place, and the innovations must be commercialized and integrated within society. What that statement basically means is that we need to have them solving real human problems, because that is the only way you'll get people to buy what the products that you have. I therefore urge our esteemed academic community to embrace this call to action, step out of the ivory tower, so to speak, and engage more with industry partners. Let's not be content with merely publishing papers and experiments, as it were. Let us to strive to see these innovations transform lives and shape industries. KCIC is today 12 years, but in those 12 years, since 2012 when we were set up, we have pioneered a lot of things, mostly around climate technology. We focus on 5 areas, areas of renewable energy, agriculture, waste management, water, and commercial forestry, because we think those are the main areas that we need to focus on in order to fight climate change. And the way we do it, we try to be as sustainable as possible. So the way we do it is through what we would call an enterprise approach. Basically, what we do is get ideas, turn them into businesses, and then convert those businesses into commercial opportunities, as it were. So as we have done this, we know that the academia in particular has played a pivotal role in the policy-making process. So the wealth of knowledge and expertise housed within our universities should serve as a guiding light for policymakers, both at national and county levels. The things I've spoken about will never work unless the policy environment is right. And so it's important to come up with ideas, have organizations like ourselves incubate and accelerate these ideas to commercial entities, but it is also equally as important to ensure that the policy environment in which these ideas thrive, in which these ideas operate, is right. Because if it is not, those ideas will just die. And so, therefore, allow me at this point to urge you to redefine what you would call success in terms of the academy or in terms of academia. It's important to publish research, but it is also more important to worry about the policy side as you publish that research. What sort of environment can make those ideas that we publish in our peer-reviewed journals, what do we need to have as an environment to ensure that these ideas reach the real people on the ground, so that then they are able to solve real problems. So research findings should not languish on dusty shelves or remain confined to academic journals. Okay? Let's go beyond the booklets, and I'm sure we are about to do that. They should inform policy decisions and drive the development agenda of our nation. It's only then that we will say we have succeeded as a university. We came up with ideas, we came up with the innovations, we supported these innovations to become businesses, but then we also supported government and the policymakers to ensure that the environment is right, so that then these organizations, these enterprises that we create can then thrive in a sustainable way. If we come here 100 years from today, and we are able to point to an enterprise that we said that came out of the research by our universities or by JKUAT, then we know we have succeeded, because the people who will be enjoying that space are not people who probably are alive today. They'll be a future generation. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we reflect on the focus areas of this conference, I can't help but acknowledge how closely they align with the mission and vision of the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. At KCIC, we are very committed to supporting innovative climate change solutions and sustainable development across the 5 sectors that I mentioned. That's agribusiness, renewable energy, commercial forestry, waste management, and water management. And so what you are doing here, you will find that it aligns quite a bit in terms of what we do. And we do this by supporting those ideas, turning them into holistic, country-driven support to accelerate the development, deployment, and transfer of locally relevant climate technologies within these thematic areas. And as I mentioned before, this support entails business incubation, business acceleration, capacity building, technical assistance, and more importantly, access to finance. Now, business incubation, in the context that we know it, is a fairly new concept. I think the American universities pioneered it sometime in the 80s. One of the things that have been found through research, again globally, is that 50% of the success of an incubation program is defined by what you would call an access to finance component. You will come up with ideas, you will come up with the innovations, but deployment of those innovations requires funding. And therefore, innovative financing models, so as we do our research, we need to worry about the innovative financing models that can be able to finance this. Remember that in an environment where we have a very nascent financial sector like we have in our part of the world, they are always risk averse. They don't understand the new ideas that are coming up. And in the financial world, and I operated there for many years, if you don't understand it, you call it very risky and shelve it. You don't even touch it as it is. And so as researchers, as innovators, we need to go beyond what we do and also educate our financial sector, do research along financial models, and come up with innovative financial models that can then support the new ideas that are coming up as this. Because we've seen it practically at KCIC that every time we don't have an access to finance component, we don't work around financial models for any of our programs, we end up with a lower success rate. Our success rate out of the 3,500 enterprises that we've supported is about 2/3. Now that 2/3 is probably 3 times the national average, and part of the reason that has happened is because we don't just innovate around climate technologies, we also innovate around financial models as it were. And that has enabled us to be able to achieve our twin objectives, which is to fight climate change and fight poverty in the world. Out of the more than 3,000 enterprises we've supported, as I mentioned, more than 2/3 have commercialized. So there are lots of big businesses in this country that, more than 2,000 of them, that began as ideas within KCIC. And those ideas came from people thinking among themselves or from universities like this. Many of them are now employing hundreds of people, and they have revenues in tens of millions of dollars. But more importantly, also for purposes of the planet, we have mitigated over 500 tons of carbon from the atmosphere, and we've created more than 57,000 jobs. On average, we create about 4,000 jobs every year. Those jobs would not be created unless we have ideas and innovations coming through. So, ladies and gentlemen, it therefore goes without saying that there is immense potential and a natural synergy between the Kenya Climate Innovation Center, JKUAT, and other universities across the country. The opportunity we have is to leverage our respective strengths to drive meaningful change and accelerate sustainable development. Therefore, as you discuss today, new knowledge, new innovations, and new technologies, the assurance I want to give as the CEO of KCIC is that we are ready. We are just standing on standby to receive this knowledge, these innovations from you, and take them to the next level through business acceleration and business incubation, through financing and through access to facilities, just to mention a few. It's imperative, I think at this juncture, allow me to mention that at KCIC itself, we have seen firsthand what JKUAT students are capable of accomplishing. And I probably need to add JKUAT researchers and university professors, because we've supported a number of enterprises that have come out of JKUAT students as it is. So allow me, the list is long. Out of the 3,000 enterprises we've supported over the last 12 years, the number that have come out of JKUAT is long. But allow me to mention 3, and the 3 I'm mentioning are the ones that have been created very recently by recent graduates of JKUAT. We have a gentleman called Benson Abila. He operates in Kisumu mostly. He created, after he graduated with an engineering degree from this university, he created an organization called MTACA. MTACA, which is basically a tech integrated waste management solution. As we know, and a lot of research has shown that waste is a sector that not many people are thinking about. So I'm hoping as you do a research and innovation, you'll think about it. But it is, of all the studies I've looked at, it is the one green sector that has a lot of promise. I think that promise or that sector is worth close to 54 billion by most accounts dollars between now and 2030. And so you begin to see the opportunity as it is. So Benson created MTACA, and he's revolutionizing the way waste management is managed in the country, basically through technologies and through working with communities as it is. Now, another of your former students 4 years ago came to us with an idea. And basically this idea was around creating drought-resistant onion seedlings. And now she's making waves. For those who follow the social media or for those who know her, she's now called the Onion Doctor. It's a lady called Lucy Wangari. She's a former student here in the College of Agriculture. And she joined us through our Agribiz program in 2020. And now she's one of the biggest suppliers of drought-resistant onion seedlings in the country. Another of your former students, a gentleman called Eddie Gitonga, and I hope he'll allow me to mention his name. Eddie basically founded an organization called TBIN. Now, this is a smart, intelligent, and solar-powered segregated waste bin. Again, basically, all he's combining waste management with renewable energy, and then he created a business out of it. And through that process, he's supporting us not just to create jobs, but to also fight climate change and combining innovations across various subsectors to create a solution that the world needs. So allow me to stop there. As I mentioned, there are very many, but let me just mention those three as an example of what this university can be able to do. I'm of course aware that for the last several years, you've created a culture of innovation and research, and this Tech Expo basically, the Tech Expo that this university does every year is an example of how these innovations and research is done. So at this juncture, let me emphasize again that our two institutions can achieve more when we come together from the spectrum of research, knowledge partnership, policy, to innovation and sustainable entrepreneurship. Probably I just need to emphasize that at KCIC, we support entrepreneurship, but it has to be entrepreneurship that helps us achieve our goals of fighting climate change, which, as I mentioned, we define as one of the biggest challenges we have in the world. Now, a lot of organizations, universities in particular, what we've seen in the last 12 years of our existence is that they like to put collaborations on paper, so sign MOUs, and sometimes those MOUs are not followed up. They are basically just put on paper. So what I'm asking is that let's go beyond mere speeches. It's nice for me to be here and to feel nice that I'm addressing professors, but that will not help unless we unless we do work beyond there. So let's go beyond mere speeches, rhetoric, and MOUs, so that then our two institutions work together to obtain tangible results. Okay? So as I conclude, let me emphasize again the existential threat that is posed by the climate challenge as it is. And everybody here, I think, understands what that challenge is. So in keeping with the theme of this conference, it's imperative that we prioritize sustainability in all our endeavors. So as we do this research, I think I mentioned a lot of things that we need to consider, but kindly also consider climate. So that then as we commercialize this enterprises, they are not just helping us in terms of providing economic opportunities, but they are also helping us in terms of the fight against climate change. I think the triple P bottom line, where we ensure that profit is not pursued at the expense of the planet and these people, is a very well understood concept. So let's stick to that. Sustainable entrepreneurship offers a path forward, one where economic prosperity and industrialization is harmonized with environment stewardship and social equity. So let's think through these things as it is. So I urge us, all of us, and through us to those who we have access to but are not here, to seize this opportunity to dedicate ourselves to the pursuit of knowledge, innovation, sustainable development, so that together we can build a brighter future for generations to come. They basically say, when you plant a tree today, please don't worry about whether you'll enjoy its shade. Worry about whether the future generation will enjoy its shade. So let's go ahead, innovate, do research, commercialize this research, not for our own benefit, but for the benefit of a future generation, because that is what sustainable development is it's about. So I wish to thank you. Wish you a very successful conference, and may God bless you. And before I finish, I think, Chair, if you'd allow me, it's now my singular honor and privilege to declare the 18th JKUAT Scientific, Technological, and Industrialization Conference officially open. Thank you.
Yes, I have been told to stop hiding myself behind the podium. So, Chief Guest, thank you. Your comments are spot on, and you've also even heard our Council Chair echo the same sentiments, and I believe you are capable. You've heard. So, I'll take this opportunity to humbly request our Council Chair to please give our esteemed Chief Guest a gift. Yes. So, thank you. So, as is our tradition again, we give our chief guest, Council Chair, the 6 factorial JKUAT. I understand it is trademarked. Clap, yes? So we start. We prepare our hands. 6 factorial. Start. Yeah. Asante. So from this, I request all of us to please go just outside over here. We take a photo. Then I also humbly request the team, we do a small tour of the exhibitions that we have today, and also say hi to those of us who are on the other side, that they can also experience your wisdom. Yes, thank you. So photo session outside here, please. After that, we shall take a cup of tea. You've gotten the tickets. Thank you.
We have developed a number of machineries. We have been able to develop a stirrer that is used for mixing detergents that are also used for making soap. We have deployed the stirrer to a women group called Hazinawaja. We have also been able to make a decorticator, and this is an equipment that is a machine that is used for processing fiber. We have also made a briquetting machine. This is a technology that has been very useful in helping SMEs that are making briquettes, and they were making briquettes by hand. It's been very useful in making briquettes that are obtained from carburized or carbonized coconut shell. Aside from that, we have made other equipment, like we have made a soap mold, very important in improving the quality of soap. We also made a dehusker, a very important tool, very critical at the beginning of coconut processing.
Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology
invites you to apply for certificates, you ask yourself, even for that reason, who really think
the College of Human Resource Development. We are here to equip you for the marketplace. The College of Human Resource Development has 2 schools and 5 departments offering diverse programs in the fields of business, entrepreneurship, procurement and management, as well as communication and development studies. At the JKU Art Center of Professional Studies, we offer CASNEB, HRMPDE, and the KISEP professional courses. Over the years, the college has continued to produce competent and innovative graduates who have made significant contributions to various sectors of our economy. Driven by a strong culture of innovation, the college stands at the forefront of facilitating the realization of Africa's development aspirations. Our highly qualified, dedicated, and experienced faculty at the college offer a conducive and participatory learning environment and is home to a diverse and vibrant student community. Great stories begin here. You too can start your journey to making your dream come true by joining JKU Art. Applications are ongoing. To apply online, visit admission.jkuart.ac.ke. JKU Art, setting trends in higher education research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology invites you to apply for degrees, masters, and PhD programs in the College of Engineering and Technology, COETEC. COETEC has 5 schools offering programs in the School of Mechanical, Manufacturing and Material Engineering, Electrical, Electronic and Information Engineering, Civil, Environmental and Geospatial Engineering, Biosystem and Environmental Engineering, as well as the School of Architecture and Building Sciences. The highly qualified, dedicated, and experienced faculty at the college offer a conducive and participatory learning environment and is home to a diverse and vibrant student community. Over the years, the college has continued to produce competent, high-quality, and innovative graduates who have made significant contributions to various sectors of our economy. With state-of-the-art teaching and research infrastructure, coupled with a strong culture of innovation, the college stands at the forefront, facilitating the realization of Africa's development aspirations. Great stories begin here. You too can start your journey to making your dreams come true by joining JKU Art. Applications are ongoing. To apply online, visit admission.jkuart.ac.ke. JKU Art, setting trends in higher education, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology is a leading public university in Kenya located in Juja town, 36 kilometers northeast of Nairobi. JKU Art has carved a niche for herself in Kenya and the region as a center of global excellence in the fields of agriculture, engineering, technology, enterprise development, built environment, health sciences, social sciences, and applied sciences. JKU Art has 5 colleges offering over 400 academic programs. The colleges of Engineering and Technology, Health Sciences, Pure and Applied Sciences, Agriculture and Natural Resources, and Human Resource Development. To apply as a self-sponsored student, visit our admission website admission.jkuart.ac.ke for any queries. Feel free to call our contact center on 0709 715 815. You can also reach us through our social media platforms at Discover JKU Art on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Email customercare@jkuart.ac.ke or check out our YouTube channel at Discover JKU Art. JKU Art, setting trends in higher education, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Karibu JKU Art.
Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology is a leading public university in Kenya located in Juja town, 36 kilometers northeast of Nairobi. JKUAT has carved a niche for herself in Kenya and the region as a center of global excellence in the fields of agriculture, engineering, technology, enterprise development, built environment, health sciences, social sciences, and applied sciences. JKUAT has 5 colleges offering over 400 academic programs. The colleges of Engineering and Technology, Health Sciences, Pure and Applied Sciences, Agriculture and Natural Resources, and Human Resource Development. To apply as a self-sponsored student, visit our admission website admission.jkuat.ac.ke. For any inquiries, feel free to call our contact center on 0709 715 815. You can also reach us through our social media platforms at Discover JKUAT on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Email customercare@jkuat.sc.ke or check out our YouTube channel at Discover JKUAT. JKUAT, setting trends in higher education, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Karibu JKUAT.
For us, we have to remove the outer part, which is this, which is covering the nut. Of interest for us is what is contained inside, which is the coconut water and the coconut milk. Of interest in this particular case, the coconut milk is what one of my students is looking at in terms of its application in coconut-based products. In terms of oil, we extract from the milk, which is also after flaking this. This is comminuted to create increased surface area. And then using this unit here, we able to extract. So we reflux and then by running organic solvent, Xen and other organic solvent, we are able to extract oil. Once you extract the oil, we remove the organic solvent and then the oil is now taken to further processing where we process the fatty acid. We have an equipment which has been bought with support of the research chair, which helps us to remove most of the organic solvent. This equipment is called a rotary evaporator, which is this. And this unit, what you do here, you fix your solvent inside like this, and then you rotate. Come here and extract through a rotational system where through this distillation unit and vacuum, then the solvent comes here and the oil remains here. And this is what we get to the last step of analysis.
I managed to do two flavors. The first flavor was pure coconut without any addition. The second flavor was strawberry. And from my sensor analysis, where I used the various students to test the product, the one which didn't have any additional flavor, that's the pure coconut, had the highest preference.
In the biomass and energy stream, our main focus is actually utilization of biomass. Coconut biomass mainly includes or entails the coconut husk, the products that come from the coconut husk, and that is mainly the fiber and the cocoa peat. For the fiber, we are looking at development of cellulose-based superabsorbent products. We have a master student, Joyline, working on or developing. She actually developing products that are superabsorbent for application in many fields, but at the moment the focus is in agriculture. We are collaborating with a local producer in Kwale called Cocoa Grow Company.
all of us into this plenary. We have two speakers, but right now we have one. We have only 1 hour for this. We will take the speaker. He will talk to us in 20 or so minutes. Then we will have questions. Thank you very much, Chair of the Council, for sitting with us, and the DVC, RPE, and the other principals and deans, chairmen. I want to recognize and appreciate your presence this morning. And our speaker today is very well known to us, is Professor Nick Wajohi. He was our Vice Chancellor from 2003 to 2008. Indeed, when I came to JKUAT, the interview was shared by him, and so I am honored. And Professor Wajohi has also been the former private secretary and advisor to our president, His Excellency Mwai Kibaki, from 2008 to 2009. He's a professor of this university, and indeed in the area of political economy, comparative politics and developmental theory, and also research methods. As our DVC indicated, he's the father of innovation in this university, and he holds many engineering patents. He's been chair of the numerical machining complex and has read in many types of tools in machine development. In the Kenya School of Government, he has been a consultant in the area of manufacturing and economic governance and development. He also has very extensive teaching and consulting areas, and in the area of leadership, and I am sure many of us are in this area, he has led in constitutional review and management. He has had consultancies there, electoral process and management, political parties management, and also community development. So we have a very important and well-versed key speaker for this morning. And as he takes the podium, I ask you to be very attentive. Write down your questions so that your question time, you can voice them. The people online, we also welcome you to the plenary. And now I want to invite our prof, our father of innovation, to take the podium. Professor Wajohi, karibu sana.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, mine today is a talk on technology, agriculture, and scattered industrialization in Africa. I'm sure many of you may not be aware that so far we have factories which are foreign run in Africa, foreign operated, but we don't have any industries which are run by Africans using tools and machines made by Africans, and therefore making it truly African industrialization. We don't have it in any country in Africa so far. So far. And we shall see why this is the situation. Oh, it's hiding me. Oh, I didn't know. I thought being hidden is not bad. Yeah. So, for any country to start developing, it must be able to produce enough material goods that people require for their own development, for their own, to satisfy their own livelihood. Whether it is medicine, it must be produced by them. Whether it's a car, must be produced by them. And so on and so forth. If they are relying on imports for everything, the way the whole of Africa does, then those countries are not known as developed. They are not even industrial. They are not developed. They are known as, some people want to call them developed, them hope, but they are not developing. They are undeveloped. You know, it's good to be sincere. In academic world, we try to be sincere. If you don't have academic sincerity, you have no business being in the university, isn't it? We are here to look for knowledge, and knowledge which is, truly knowledge. For a country to grow, capacity to develop or to produce the material goods it requires, it must be able to grow production of tools for producing those goods and for providing themselves. In Africa, of course, origin and everywhere else in the world, they started by producing those kind of tools made of, nearly all of them, even the axe is made of stone, the spear is stone, the hammer is stone, everything there was stone, and the bones and the like. Therefore, and that is what enabled people now to conquer the world kingdom, which was for hunting and gathering. They conquered it by use of tools. But for a country to grow, capacity for tool and equipment making, which will give them enough material goods to satisfy their lives, their leaders or the leaders of such a country must organize and guide its members to extract iron, copper, and other metal natural resources and convert them into large volume of different varieties of tools and equipment that are required to grow production of plant and animal products in form of food for the population and in form of raw materials for the making of all the other goods the people need to uplift their livelihood. To grow food and to produce other raw materials for making other goods. They must do that. People who do not make their tools and equipment, but rely on importation of this equipment, can never have enough tools and equipment to produce enough goods to satisfy their needs of life. They can never. And it has never happened anywhere on earth that people are depending on imported tools and equipment, and they developed. It can never happen. These are facts. However, for a society to get its people to the point of continuous making and improving of tools and equipment, the leadership of such a country must mobilize and facilitate majority of the population to acquire the necessary knowledge of the natural resources around them, and then have them acquire the skills and practical capabilities they require for tool and equipment making. This is critical. All this with the aim to facilitate higher agricultural productivity of food to feed the country's population, increase production of agricultural and other plant and animal raw materials, and increase mining and processing of minerals toward increasing making and improvement of tools and equipment required to drive transformation or transformative increased production of large volume of agricultural materials, and finally, use of those improved tools and equipment made by the population, not imported, made by the population, to convert these raw materials into large volumes or large quantities of finished goods, thereby growing manufacturing of their types of many types of goods for the market. But people who try to manufacture even without producing raw materials, they are involved in what is known as self-deception. And how many people in Africa who are not involved in self-deception? It can be and it is very dangerous. That's why 60 years after independence, you don't have one African who can make a toothpick. We have to import all the toothpicks. Aren't you embarrassed using imported toothpicks? Very, very embarrassing indeed. As can be seen, it is when people make and improve their tools and equipment that they grow their technological capability to independently produce all the goods they require to satisfy their needs. That is the time a country or society is said to undergo technological transformation for larger production of raw materials for manufacturing and industrialization. That is the way all industrial countries today, that is the route they followed. And you don't have one which escaped that route. That they jumped from subsistence agriculture to industrialization without tool making. It could never happen. It could never happen. Even Africa itself tried to make tools, and this is the kind of factory Africa, traditional African tool making factory. This is the one. Then these are the tools made by Africans from iron and copper materials. And remember, Africans were the first to discover fire and use fire to smelt iron ore and mold and then shape it into tools. They were the first on earth to do that. More than how many million years ago? More than 2 million years ago. Unfortunately, today, they can't make even a paper clip. Could it be that a gentleman known as Jesus was right? The first shall be last, and the last shall be first. I don't know. But this did not happen naturally. Did not happen naturally. The outcome of growth of making a country's own improved tools and equipment is witnessed in form of rapid growth of all manufacturing, driving economic activities and sectors. Growth of that culminated into creation of wealth, full employment of the population, prosperity, and high living standards and conditions for everybody in the population. That kind of livelihood did not come naturally. People worked to make it come about. And it had to come through growth of raw material production, manufacturing, originally through labor manufacturing, and then after that, machine-driven manufacturing, and then fully machine-driven manufacturing that is called industrialization. I know I've tried to sort it out because many people do not know the difference. They think once you are beating, sufuria, you are manufacturing. You are not. You are not even in industrialization. You must have it in that order that I have said. Large volume of raw materials, then manufacturing, either through labor or through machine, and then from there, machine-driven manufacturing, which is industrialization. However, such growth takes place only when society decides to embark on making and improving tools and equipment. And you remember what Adam Smith told you many years ago, that development is a function of manufacturing using machines and tools, or tools and equipment, that's what he called it. And if you are not doing that, if you are not making those tools and machines, please remove the word development next to your name, because you have not yet started. Fortunately, Africa had started making of tools and machines, as we have said, and they also made, those are the tools and machines they made, and they even went to a point of even making clothes, fabrics, not of, but skin. Do you see? They were making by hand. And it was at that point that they were colonized. So from that point, they have never made any other clothes. They only tried to keep the deeds, but all the other things they were told, stop, forget, stop, abandon, and forget. 3 words. Stop, abandon, and forget. Tool making, or making anything for the market. Your job is labor and market. So, that is when society brings about fundamental changes and grows out of subsistence agriculture, agricultural-based economy, and adopts higher transformative agriculture and what is often referred to as agricultural revolution. That happens when people improve their tools and equipment and adopt new farming methods, thus significantly enhancing the level of crop and animal production of food and raw materials. Because of farming tools, new ones. And we can see how some societies try to do them. Oh, sorry, I have pushed it back. I'll come back to that later. But you can see, these were among the first, especially in Britain, after subsistence. These are the kind of tools that drove agricultural revolution in order to maximize production. And then they were adopted by other European countries. And the whole of Europe eventually, sometimes after a century, were able now to catch up. And this is the time society undergoes tremendous technological growth, which for the first time leads to growth of manufacturing of large volume of goods in the market. Unfortunately, as I have said, African communities and countries had not attained that level of development by the time of European governments colonized African communities and forced the populations to stop, abandon, and forget tool making, and also forced them never to make any goods for the market. And that way, Africans were no longer allowed to make any goods that would compete with manufactured goods imported from European countries. And you have heard what the gentleman who was here from the climate organization said, that you people near the whole of Africa, they are innovating, but all their innovations are rotting in dusty shelves. Is that what he said? That's what he said. Why? Why? Because for all innovations to move forward, they must be accompanied by tools and machines which will help their multiplication in enough numbers to get to the market. Up to now, we don't have one which people of Africa have done, because they have taken the word innovation to be the end of the journey. And innovation is the beginning. The first step. You cannot call the first step the end of the journey. But the rest of the journey must involve tools and machines. And except for Ethiopia, which was not formally colonized, this state of affairs remains the same up to today in virtually all African countries. And this is because at independence, African countries simply carried over colonial laws and policies into independence era. So none of African populations have so far managed to organize recovery and resumption of their tool-making activities with a view to transform African economies and set stage for growth of transformative agriculture, African industrial revolution, and machine-driven manufacturing toward full industrialization. Up to now, no country has tried. Well, a few individuals have tried, and we are going to see what has happened to them and how. they got out of it. We are going to see. Why did that happen? Because once these laws and regulations were carried over, the African governments continued enforcing them. In fact, they enforced them more ruthlessly than the colonial government did. And the people who know, remember a person known as Gachamba with an aeroplane he had made. He was told, we don't even want to hear about it. We don't want to see it. Kill it and kill it forever, and you also die. For thinking that you as an African can dare make an aeroplane. And that was done by an African government. By an African government. Therefore, African populations in all countries continue to be merely a market for imported goods that they ought to be manufacturing themselves, given the enormous mineral, agricultural, and other natural resources in the country. And given the enormous numbers of the population, most of who are unemployed and poor, given that, they should be manufacturing everything. I've just asked somebody whether he knows how many cows we slaughter in Kenya every day. 45,000 times 2. 90,000. Where do the leather from those cows go? We bury them or we give them to the dogs. Because you dare make a shoe, you will be imprisoned by your government. Very serious indeed. Very serious indeed. So, 90,000, those are cows, and when you make shoes out of them, each shoe, each cow can produce at least 20 shoes. 20 times 90 is how many? How much? How many? 180,000. Is it 180,000 or is it 1,800? That one times 5,000 shillings, because the price of one shoe is 5,000. How much is it? How much is it? 9 million every day. Lost, eaten by dogs. Eaten by dogs because of a law which says an African should not make tools, even for shoemaking, should not make any good shoes for the market. His job is to import, import, import. Very serious indeed. Nevertheless, some African peoples have once in a while tried their luck by trying to manufacture goods for the domestic market, but using imported tools and machines, and by using large volume proportion of imported raw materials as well. By so doing, and by targeting African population market, they have appeared to compete with foreign investors and other people trading with imported goods. But they have had to face many hurdles from agents of African governments who always consider goods made by Africans to be substandard. Most of them have been forced to close down and turn to other forms of business, but not manufacturing. And you people know a few from Kenya who started manufacturing, manufactured perfect things. They were told no, shut down. Shoes, sodas, and now beer and other drinks. They are killing people. But have you tested whether those products are killer products? Have you tested? Up to now in Kenya, not even a drop has been taken to the laboratory for the test. Is there one? If it were, and it was established that those were poisonous and killer drinks, people should have been prosecuted for murder. Isn't it? But nobody. What does it mean? That they must be stopped from manufacturing. Even the one who is manufacturing with perfect imported systems and whatever, modern ones, called Keroche. Do you know them? They have been told they have to close down. Why? Because they are competing with the only person who is entitled to manufacturing beer in Kenya. Do you know them? Yeah. There are also others who, out of frustration, have been forced to shut down, to cut down their visibility as manufacturers by selling some of their manufacturing businesses shares to foreigners in a bid to protect themselves from being harassed by their governments all the time. And this is increasingly becoming very common, especially with the young people. But although they still continue earning some share of profit from manufacturing co-owned with foreigners, they finally become mere profit-making platforms for foreigners who tend to take advantage of the African population as a market. Finally, such frustrations have forced many well-resourced Africans to stay away from tool and machine making and from manufacturing goods for the market. Such businesses or such business people have found it easier to invest their money in real estate business, where they only collect rent with minimum economic confrontation with foreigners or with their governments. However, this form of investment makes very little difference in a country's economic productivity. And productivity is the source of development, we have already said. And it contributes minimally to growth of a country's wealth, employment, and prosperity of the African population. They do this to avoid frustration by their governments, which still hold that making of tools and machines or manufacturing of goods for the market should be done only by foreign investors, but not by Africans. And that is the case in virtually all African countries, including South Africa. Including South Africa and others. As can be seen challenges to any attempts to start and grow manufacturing and industrialization by African populations are enormous. This means that any African country seeking to have African populations start engaging in a large volume production of raw materials in order to grow manufacturing of tools and equipment, as well as manufacturing of finished goods, even for domestic market, will not be a walk in the park. That effort will not be a walk in the park. The first of the challenges to be faced is in form of laws and policies that are based on Navigation Acts from 1651. The first Navigation Act of Britain was 1651. I'm sure many of you will want to go and look, search for it. And they all go up to 1845. And related international conventions, all of which still ensure that African populations do not have the right and freedom to make tools or machines, or the right and freedom to engage in large volume production of raw materials to facilitate African manufacturing of finished goods for the market. And this is also reflected in Article 43 of Kenya's Constitution, for example, which is entitled Economic and Social Rights. Economic and Social Rights. And it enumerates social rights, but, yes, I'm about to finish. It enumerates social rights, but not a single economic right has been listed. In other words, Kenyans have no economic right at all. Have you ever read Article 43 of the Constitution? Look at it. You'll be shocked. The title is Economic and Social Rights. What is listed there is social rights. After reading, you want to see what are the economic rights, you find there is nothing. In other words, the Constitution is still saying Africans will not participate in economic activities for economic growth of Africans. All economic activities are for foreigners. So African countries which may wish to repeal or replace the laws and policies that deny Africans the right and freedom to resume mining and minerals for making and the improvement of tools, and then use these tools for manufacturing of goods for the market, must be prepared to face the resistance from foreign countries and international organizations which came up with the Navigation Acts and related laws and policies before and after African colonization. But a country that is strong enough and determined to see African populations engage in using their agricultural raw materials and other natural resources to manufacture goods for the market will experience rapid technological and manufacturing growth towards industrialization within a very short time period. And this seems to have been the objective of the drafters of Kenya Constitution 2010, for example, which under Article 68 requires that Parliament should enact legislation to prescribe minimum and maximum land holding acreages in respect of private land, 1. 2, to regulate the manner in which land may be converted from one category to the other, meaning that they were trying to see whether large volume production of raw materials, agricultural raw materials, can be encouraged and therefore grow manufacturing. The way, you remember the Tudor King who woke up one morning and said, ladies and gentlemen, listen, all land belongs to me. 2, anybody who does not have 50 acres of land, get out of land. 3, anybody who is left on land must farm maximally. That is what kick-started agricultural revolution in Britain. I hope you can see it. Many people talk of invisible hand of government, that our country just grew through private. Where? There was always, it may be invisible, but very powerful government hand behind the whole effort. I hope we are together. Very powerful. The object being, I have just explained that, but to get there and start manufacturing, African governments will have to organize, mobilize, and guide, and even direct all categories of potential players to get them to perform their roles fully toward African industrialization. Who are these players? I'm sure you can see those are the capital goods for industrial revolution. And these are the players. The first is farmers to produce food. The second is community groups to produce raw materials and start village and cottage manufacturing. 3, mining business activities, to extract raw materials for tool making and machine making. 4, business people to extract or produce mineral and natural resources for other activities. Business people to make tools and equipment. Business people to manufacture finished tool goods for the market. Once that is allowed, up to now it is not allowed, even in Kenya. If you are an African, it is not allowed. If a nation starts this or takes over that business and goes on, he is allowed because of an agreement between Asians and between India and the British government in 1952. That in Kenya, Asians will not be treated like Africans. They are allowed to make tools and machines and to manufacture everything. So in Kenya, who manufactures especially tools? Who manufactures? Either European or Asians. I don't mean Juakali. Juakali is not manufacturing. I know the Ministry of Industrialization refers to Juakali as part of industrialization. It is not, because manufacturing means mass production. Can you write it down? Manufacturing means mass production. But when you produce one sufuria for 2 weeks, and you tell us you are manufacturing, while the same sufuria could be manufactured by Professor Ikua with a machine in the department, 1 every 2 seconds. Isn't it? Isn't it the pressing? 1 every 2. You press, it goes. Once you lift, it goes down. Another, the sheet comes again. You press, it goes down every 2 minutes. I'm saying it to Professor Ikua because his department is concerned. So you can see there is also education institutions and academicians and professors and the rest. And once that is done, of course, I can see the chair wants me to finish. I'm going to the end now. Yes, it's very important. Of course, the question becomes, How will manufacturing and industrialization by African populations be attained without intervention of African governments and activities above, as seen above? Many people believe that this can be done under the invisible hand of the government, but such a belief is based on the assumption that the right and freedom to make tools in Kenya and in Africa has not been taken away. That is the assumption. When you have invisible hand, then people can go ahead. But when the invisible, what is supposed to be invisible hand is the one who says you have no right, what do you do? So these countries need to transform these laws and change them. But in so doing, they will encounter objections and protests, especially from foreign governments and foreign investors. And what this means is that it is critical for African countries to help their citizens to recover their right and freedom to grow and modernize their tool and equipment making, so as to grow their own manufacturing and industrialization in accordance with the UN Sustainable Development Goals of 2015 to 2030. When you look at UN Sustainable Development Goals, number 9 and 10 on industrialization, yes, it is there. It is there. But for other countries, for Africa, have you ever heard any African country mentioning that part of the SDGs? They don't. They don't. They keep quiet. SDG. But this will also need a joint African global mechanism to ensure that Africans regain and enjoy their right to engage in technological production, raw materials production, and full machine-driven manufacturing toward African industrialization and development within the next few years. Finally, the alternative will be to be prepared to wait for another 5,000 years before African countries can figure out how to go about their development. This has to be avoided by all means, and African development should be attained much faster. The only question is who will lead Africa in that direction. And you can see this picture, it's very important. You can see this one is that as long as Africans were making tools, they were able to move from hunting and gathering to subsistence agriculture. For when tool making was stopped, that's when we entered the era of no tool making. And that era of no tool making continued, and we are still there. No tool making. Therefore, Africa has not grown beyond subsistence agriculture. That's why when the others grew through agricultural revolution, we had no development to agricultural revolution. Industrial revolution, we had no development to industrial revolution. And the other one, no full industrialization. And we are nowhere near fourth industrial revolution. I know many people are very comfortable when they are told Africa is in the fourth industrial revolution. Yet they have not gone even through the first one. How do you jump from no revolution to the last one? How do you climb a tree? By starting from the top. If you are a bird, yes, but you must have wings at least. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nick Gadelu Wajohi. His second name means very clean. And indeed, the professor of innovation and industrialization. He's told us where we are as Kenyans, that we are in the era of no tools making. And we have to wait for another 5,000 years if we don't change this. Are there questions for the professor of innovations? Raise up your hand for questions. We will take together 3 questions, then you can answer them at the same time. I also want to recognize the presence of our VC, Professor Victoria Wabuingumi, and I have seen our second keynote speaker, Mr. Agri, karibu sana. I've also seen the KCB manager, welcome, and I think we have very many guests here. So I'm waiting for questions or comments from the audience. Yes, we have Professor Ikua there, and at the back we have somebody. We will take those 2 questions. We start with Professor Ikua. Yeah, because of time, we'll take only those 2 questions, but Prof is going to be here with us to talk to us, to continue talking to us during the breaks. Prof.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Nick, for that very thought-provoking topic. I think my question is, I'll just be very brief. You have mentioned about leather, you have mentioned about textiles, and you have mentioned about the Navigation Act. What policy interventions would you propose for the government in order to get out of there? And what was the scope for the Navigation Act? Are we bound by the same act of 1800s and so on ourselves, because it's not within the Kenyan borders? And maybe you could also mention the current trend of having our the people who are trained going to search for jobs outside, and then the government getting involved in it. Maybe you can just, I would like to know your thought on it. Thank you.
Can I add to the first question? Please, Chair. Prof, thanks a lot. I would like to request you to highlight the role of analysis in manufacturing. And the role of analysis. Yes, in manufacturing, and where you see us as a country today. Thank you.
Mic to the person at the back. My eyes are failing me, so.
Thanks a lot, Professor Wanjoy. My name is Dr. Samson Nyangao, Senior Lecturer in Entrepreneurship, Chekewat. My question is that I think there's a slogan that you talked about: stop, abandon, and forget about making tools. Perhaps we need to change the narrative. We say, start, try, and create. I'm saying this because the fact of entrepreneurship, Joseph's computer said that innovation is about creativity. But again, as African, especially the leaders, we need to change our leadership style so that we can be able now to inculcate a very good culture, influencing the Kenyans or the Africans, so that we can be able now to start from somewhere. The problem is poor leadership. The problem is we don't trust ourselves. Thanks a lot.
Prof, you can now take the questions, and if you can summarize the answers, that would be very welcome. Thank you.
I will be very brief. Are we bound by Navigation Act today? Yes, 100%. Because if you read the Constitution of Independence, it says all the laws which were there before independence became part of the independent Kenya law. And in 2010 Constitution says all the laws which were there since independence have become laws of the new Constitution. Under the new Constitution, you are bound. And that's why you ask your friend Jaga Karume in heaven when he tried to manufacture shoes using imported equipment. And finally he was told it is not a question of equipment. It is the question of are you an African? Yes. Are you manufacturing goods which are being manufactured by a European company in Kenya called Bata? Yes. Stop, abandon, and forget. I hope I'm clear. Yes. People who are going out for work. People who are going out for work. Remember, colonization in Kenya was transformation of where the slaves or African slaves were going to work. So instead of going to work in US after slavery was ended, Britain and the other European countries decided to enslave Africans in their own countries. And that has not stopped up to now. 2, now that you have not started manufacturing at all and you are unemployed, you are now a ready market for new slaves for the rest of the world. So Kenya is now one of the slave markets. It is. And we have been told officially that Kenya is going to export. The word they have used is to export 1 million workers, Kenyans, to work in the other countries every year. So in 10 years, how many Kenyan slaves will be working abroad? In 10 years, 10 million Kenyan slaves will be working abroad. And this is official. And why are they working? Why are they working or going to work abroad? Because Kenya, for failure of manufacturing and growth, according to the World Bank 2 years ago, 90% of Kenyans are poor. It is World Bank. And in 2022, World Bank again reports that GDP of Africa in 2022 was less than half what it was in 1960. And all that is because it's a consequence of failure to transform the natural resources in Africa into material goods, as we said, into tools and machines, therefore into material goods to develop Africa so that Africa will be totally economically free. Up to now, no African country got economic independence. Not even one. Professor, you think you have economic independence? You don't. You don't. Not even one. And that's why you see, even in our constitution, they write economic, whatever, and the social, and they leave economic. They have only social rights. It's logic. Yeah, then I'm told stop, abandon, and forget. We need to start again. That's what I have recommended too. The question is, who will dare? Who will dare? If you have any way of communicating with people in heaven, talk to a person known as Magufuli. Magufuli. And you see what was done when he said we must change, we must. He was told, no, don't talk that language. He said, I will talk that language. And he had to be sent to heaven. Mambo ni mangapi? Matatu. Also ask somebody known as Tom Boyer, when he insisted Africa must start in industrial manufacturing and industrialization, at the session paper number 10 of 65. Akaambiwa, he was told, stop this nonsense. He said, no, but we are a free country. That's when he had to be shot to know that you are free in anything else, but not in terms of manufacturing.
Thank you very much, Prof. Indeed.
Okay, I would like everybody to look at that picture. You see what manufacturing is. You have the raw materials, you have the tools, you have the machine, you have the tools for processing, and then packaging, and then loading into a truck, which means manufacturing must always conclude or resort in large volume to be transported to the market. Are we together? Always. Ask people from Finland, they will tell you that is the way they do it. Isn't it? Yeah, always. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A hearty clap for Prof. Indeed, a very powerful way to start off the 18th Scientific Conference of Technology and Industrialization. He has ended on a good note. He has said, as JKUAT, we can change this narrative. Thank you very much, Prof. And he will be available for further discussions so that we can interact with him. Now, I want to invite our second presenter for the plenary, Mr. Agri Murumbi, and he's a keynote speaker, and he is the managing director and the principal officer of the KCB Bank Assurance, and he has worked in this area of insurance in many banks. I have seen that he has worked in the Barclays Bank. He has worked in the Bank of Standard Chartered. He has worked in Kenya Commercial Bank. He has worked with Jubilee Insurance, with CFS, and even with the APA. And in the era of looking for money and finances, and after Professor Nick Wajok, his talk that we need to industrialize, we now need to know how to deal with insurances and investment. Karibu, Mr. Agri Muruba. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Allow me to first appreciate the VC and the entire University Council for allowing us to partner with you for this conference. So Professor Victoria, the entire leadership, may I mention Dr. James Onsando, and may I also mention Professor Jackson Kioko from KCB please receive our acknowledgement and appreciation for the good work that you're doing in driving technology in this country. I must acknowledge that in our area of insurance and the team that I head in the KCB Bank Assurance subsidiary, I have quite a few of your graduates, especially from the actuarial science faculty, and they are very resourceful individuals. So thank you for the good work that you've done in developing talent. I can assure you that they're getting absorbed, and we're happy to work with them. I will just go through a few notes and try to, and I request that you leave that slide because this is where we also play in our banking role. A little background to KCB. The area that KCB came to address in this country was that area of industrialization. There were two banks for the government. One was National Bank. You must have heard some stories published from yesterday about the intention of KCB Group to divest from NBK. But then NBK was formed to play a critical role, which was to bank government institutions and to bank government employees predominantly from the independent time of independence for this country. Then KCB was formed to drive industrialization of this country. And that's one role that we continue to play now in the shape of the SDG goals. And KCB has adapted 12 SDG goals, one of which is poverty reduction. And this industrialization speaks to something that we are very close to in our business. So before I come back to my notes, I just want to demonstrate how we play, first as KCB, and then the KCB insurance business. So the bank, the way we play in this value chain. The first part, we are looking at agri-business. In the agri-space, you will have seen that there's something called KCB Foundation. And KCB Foundation works with farmers, aggregates, and supports them to produce crops. And that enables the next phase to take place. But even the farmers will need tools. Through KCB Foundation, we partner with TVET level colleges, institutions in this country, and we produce a lot of individuals who end up working in the industries that help us to produce basic tools that we have adapted in Kenya for farming. Then we go to the mechanization of farming, where we are funding a lot of farmers to buy the tractors. You'll get a loan from KCB. Yeah. Large-scale farming, we will also support you with the input, the fertilizers, the seed, the preparation of land. Then through aggregation, that happens especially in the food growing areas, the Kitale region, we are coming through to fund and partner with the Kenya Seed just to fund the agribusiness in various areas of this country. So the few factories in Kenya today that are processing and bringing us to the juice level, a few of them operate, for example, in Kariobangi. Our branch in Kariobangi supports a lot of those factories in the Kariobangi light industries. We have a branch in the industrial area that plays a prominent role in just enabling this to take place. Then transport business, our asset-based financing enables the movement of goods from one place to the other. We've encouraged and allowed so many individuals and so many companies then to buy prime movers, buy motor vehicles that facilitate the transportation for local consumption. But when you're shipping your consignment out, we still support you in terms of trade finance, first to make your goods available, and then the various commitments, including the performance guarantees that you must give out to deliver to the international market. In all this value chain, the agribusiness, we bring in what we call the resilience aspect of it. So farmers and our agribusiness today is predominantly rain-fed, though we've gone the greenhouse route to some extent. We are able, and we do as KCB Bank Assurance, resolve the failures that may happen at the farming level by ensuring the difference between the expected yield and the actual yield due to impact of either pests or changes in weather. We have a certain trend that we expect that we will plant in a certain region in April. There'll be adequate rain for the next 4 months, then we harvest thereafter. What about if the rain does not come as expected? Then the yield, the output for the farmer will be lower than expected. Or, like we had in the last few months, there was an El Nino. So, the disruption of higher than expected supply of rain will also cause havoc to the farmer. That difference we ensure through suitable agricultural policies. Coming to your tools and to machines, we have funded it. Our objective is for you, for the value chain to work for the customer. If the value chain fails to work, security taken most of the times will either be the tools or will be the machines, plant and machines. And what we do in that case, we ensure, one, the plant and machine, the warehouse, the factory premises. But away from that, we also look at the individual and the people component of that business and make sure that if that disability to pay, inability to pay is caused by disability of the individual or their demise, then we factor in some payments to cushion. That means that a family of an individual in any part of this value chain plans for their succession. The business will not be disrupted by the bank calling on the individual or their family or the estate for loans that have not been serviced or paid. But an insurance plan will come into place to take care of that. So I just needed to demonstrate to you how we play in this industrialization value chain, and to let you know that if you've not talked to your banker, a branch manager, allow me just to introduce my colleagues who are here. Just stand and so at the back, somebody is very familiar with this market. That is Eric. Okay. And then I have Livingston Makori, who is the head of insurance sales and distribution, and Solomon, who is in charge of supports the head of this region. I will not remember the names immediately. Sorry for people for better, but all colleagues, you're all acknowledged, and please engage and make sure that you're known within the campus. So, now back to just purely what I intended us to talk about. It is indeed a profound honor for me to stand before you today as we converge for the JQuat International Scientific Conference of 2024 under the theme of fostering quality training, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship for sustainable development. It is always a great pleasure and a great feeling being amidst a confluence of minds dedicated to harnessing knowledge for a brighter and more sustainable future. I have, in my earlier remarks, demonstrated how KCB is looking to partner with institutions of higher learning like you and the entire value chain. I did not expound on how you are influencing this because you're the training institution that is enabling all this to take place. And I will later talk about how we can partner to enable the creation of the generation that will make sure this is done. However, our focus is to drive sustainability in this country. From our business practice, we are looking to partner with organizations, with individuals in whatever they do to improving their business, make a contribution to improving their lives by enabling them to earn their livelihood in a decent and a fair way, and in a way that allows the creation of value for our economy, for the development, for the growth and development of our country. I also want to extend the gratitude of KCB as a group. And in KCB, we have several subsidiaries, both here in Kenya and in the entire East African region. We are covering the region from the Indian Ocean all the way to the Atlantic Ocean. The countries in which we are present and our partnership, when you extend beyond the borders, your research, your work extends. There was a time I recently visited and I was in this ICAD rooms, meeting distinguished people, and we discussed how your collaboration in the East African region can be supported by KCB. It's not lost on us that as you drive that agenda of research in this region, we have a contribution to make. This year's theme, therefore, resonates very well with our mission at KCB. So technology driving growth and development, but our core value is for people, for better. Before we changed this 2 years ago, we used to say that our work was to enable progress. So coming to this campus and talking about the work we do at KCB, our partnership is all about enabling progress of our people, enhancing livelihoods, dealing squarely with the poverty. One of the SDG goals that we've adopted is poverty reduction, and any actions that you're taking that help to reduce the impact of poverty on our people, you can count on KCB being your partners in that. And please, because you are more research oriented, you are able to identify the issues. Once you identify them, we have a product development team. The people have made to stand up here. We'll pick that feedback into the bank, and then our innovation teams will come up with solutions that will speak to what your research findings is putting out across. And that creates a collective effort, effective collaboration. We just launched a new strategy for our next 3 years. And this strategy, we call it Transforming Today Together. Now, you can see where, first of all, you are sitting. You are part of the transformation journey, aren't you? And is that transformation the need for transformation agent? Yes, it is. So we are with you. And the last component of our strategy is doing it together. So we are out here to leverage 3 things. The first one being technology. You are at the core of technology. Your research function should help us to build technological platforms that will leverage our industrialization as a country. We are part of that journey. We invest heavily, and we are supported by international partners under our second pillar, which is partnership. So we go out, seek partners who will then help us to deliver on the technological evolution. And it's not just the bank going into data analytics and tools of work. It goes beyond that. It is coming to you, our customers, and working with you to develop technology that enables progress for our people. We recognize that the foundation of sustainable development rests on nurturing these core areas: technology, partnership, and transformation. But all those will not work well. The transformation agenda driven by technology and partnership will not work together unless we blend in the human factor. So partnership, technology, partnerships, and then people. So let me go into that area of partnership around people as well. And it's for people, for better. So our first core is to enable progress of the people. Second part of it is that you, as an institution of higher learning, you are equipping people with the knowledge to make the improvements in our livelihood. So we need to invest in people as well. I believe that you have seen what we've done in the KCB Foundation space. Every year, this year we have sponsored 1,000 students who joined Form 1, courtesy of KCB Foundation. Some of them will end up here. Those candidates, those students that we are sponsoring are being sponsored from high school all the way to university. So eventually you're going to have a pool of students, and we started doing it all the way through to university from last year. That is the capacity building aspect of it. Then investing in the relationship aspect. How? We realize that we have to improve on our soft skills. We realize that we have to come to you as human beings, and we realize that you're human enough to interact with us as humans. You know, I dwell on that because in the past, and unfortunately I have to wear a suit. Nowadays you'll come into the bank and find that we are less suited. Why? Because that old school image of a banker who will give you money and come and demand it is one thing we are walking out of. Yeah, we are coming forward and telling you, as a human being, and you're working to enable progress, can we do it together? In the agri space, we have employed over 300 experts, agronomists, people with diverse qualifications in agriculture and livestock, to help us to support the communities that we serve more effectively. There's no use giving you a loan to farm and then you have no access to expertise that will enable you to do it well enough, because the end game is we will be coming to demand money after you have failed, and then we start thinking about what are the assets that we may take out of you. Is that the relationship that we want? No. So we are investing in equipping our people to deal with circumstances as we would as human beings, because your circumstances are my circumstances. The bankers have come forward and they are now, there's something we call it, I know in your situation you may call it moonlighting. So the bankers are stepping forward, and I work in the bank, but I will moonlight. I'll do my telephone farming. I'll run a butchery somewhere. Where will I get my produce from? From somebody here. And better still, if it is somebody I've supplied with the cash, then we are building interconnectedness as human beings. So that is driven by one of our fundamental values, which is we want to connect better. Yeah, and that's one thing that we really want to drive. Be courageous on our part. Step forward, try something. Step forward, support somebody who is in need. Not always worried that something will go haywire in the back office. Be supported. So the person who is courageous enough will be able to build relationships with our customers. They will be closer. When I deal with you, yeah, I've spent a few days, and every year I've gone to almost all branches. We have 256 branches. At the executive level, we are assigned to support branches across the regions, go in and see the customers, see what exactly they are doing, share insights with them, understand their business, and make a contribution. I'll come to your chicken farm house and we talk about it. and help you also to create market, because as I found you here, I know somebody else, an institution that needs to buy, but you may not have a direct connection. So we get closer with you by working with you in your business, and we build connections. And those connections, we pray that they even outlast our duration of service in our respective institutions. So I'll just go down to close by telling you that beyond that, we then look to build resilience in all that we do. And that's why we have this subsidiary that we call KCB Bank Assurance. So at the heart of this conference, KCB Bank Assurance, coming forward as a member of the KCB group, is here to set a benchmark for you and call you out, ask you, can we partner? Can we move this together forward? In our little way, there are lots of engagements that we are in that are building on innovation. Let me give you 3 that will support what we are talking about here. Number 1, with the Association of Kenya Insurers, today we have commissioned a research to discuss and find out from you, customers of banks, how banks can work with you better on insurance. What has been your experience? What are the things you'd like covered? And have we given you the right solutions? Have we built the right relationships from the insurance side? Because we like saying insurance is sold, not bought. But if you come through banks, then we are likely to say, I was coerced into buying. But insurance is a financial product. You should be buying it because it complements and it foolproofs the solutions that you are building, ensures sustainability of your business. Do we have that understanding? We want to find out what you feel. And if any of you ends up being talked to by the research assistants, please give us your honest and candid feedback to help us improve. The second piece that we are working on is around the area of product development. Yesterday, I had an engagement with the Managing Director of Kenya Re, Dr. Hilary. And we were concerned that we have done our insurance product development from a technical perspective. Put a few actuaries into a room and we tell them, develop a product. Then we will find a market. And we've thought that that is a more difficult process because reinsurers and actuaries, actually, you don't get to see them. You see a little more of us in the bank assurance space. Through the bank now, can we find out from the customers the daily engagements, the complaints that you raise, the compliments that you give us will help us to have some data set that we will go to reinsurers with and again develop solutions that suit your needs. And then we will also speak about how do you want us to talk to you? What channels do you want us to use? Is it just speaking to you on phone digitally? Shall we speak to you on a one-to-one basis so that the advisory part of that, a proper understanding, yeah, and clarification of the legalese that we put in insurance contracts, and Kenya Re is willing to support that. The last bit is more collaboration with government on the strategic thrusts of the government. For example, there's this thing called affordable housing. How do we sit in the bank assurance space to support it? We have gone out, we've understood one thing from the banking side of our business, that we will approve mortgages for our customers. The mortgage that we are approving, we will tell you 80% of the value. Then we will tell you find 20% and fund. And that is just the purchase price of the value. But you still need to raise the legal fees, stamp duty, and so forth. So it comes to about 105 or 110% of the value of that property. And you either break your savings from other sources or you take multiple loans. You're a member of a SACCO, you go take a loan from a SACCO to enable you take a mortgage from a bank. What have we done in that space? We've gone to some of our insurance partners and we've agreed, and this is one good reason. Let me also market my organization. Why do you need to come to KCB for your mortgage? Because we'll give you 105% of the value. We have an arrangement with a reinsurer giving us that 25% incremental. It will exceed what we expect as the value of the collateral, value of the security. So we have a guarantee that should that customer fail to pay that portion, the credit guarantee insurance from our insurance partner, ZEPRI, PTRE, kicks in to enable you to buy your house without the headache of going to your SACCO or liquidating your savings for this purpose. Why do you think that is important in the theme of this Because driving home construction is part of the industrialization work that you are enabling today. Hopefully, they will be done with superior technology and at cheaper costs. If we are improving on our technology, then we will enable you to afford, and we enable more of our customers to afford, and in that way we've made a little contribution. So our mission is to pick up the government thematic issues and find suitable partners, work together and make it possible for the government to improve the welfare of the people through the initiatives that the government is driving. Lastly, for the university, in view of what I've said, and I'll request you to review and consider, is there an opportunity to deepen the partnership that you have with us? Madam VC, can we escalate this, scale up the relationship from just banking, loans, to advisory? Yeah, your research function will be looking to raise money. Yeah. Can we be part of the team that help you with the fundraising initiatives that we do? When we do our proposals, can we also rely on your academic knowledge, your prowess in writing quality papers that will enable us to win more support internationally so that we can support our people better? Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. For the people, for better. I think this is a very, very good strategy for us at Jomo Kenyatta. And he has told us also how we fit in the manufacturing process, the assurance, the insurance we could get, and where we would fit in. The last very important that I felt touched on my office is fundraising. Very important. We are in that era of trying to look for extra funds. So we want to engage on that one. Thank you very much. The Principal Officer of KCB Bank Assurance Intermediary Limited. Now, questions or comments? Yes, the VC, the mic, please. Any other? Yes, I see a second one. We'll take 3 only. Yes, so we'll have, this is very gender sensitive because it's 3 ladies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. And thank you very much, our keynote speaker, for that very exciting presentation. You remind me of a meeting I attended recently of vice chancellors in Mombasa. It was a training, and we had people from the banking sector. And one of the things that we all wanted the banks to be able to do is what you mentioned last, that we have a lot of, the professors you see sitting here are doing a lot of research, and they are coming up with many innovations, but we have not been able to move them out and actually make them sensible at all. Many of them are on the shelves. Our good professor, Professor Wanjohi, has really challenged us in his talk. And we would want to roll out, perhaps even just start by incubating our innovations. But what we lack is money. And at that meeting, we were challenging the banks to see how they can fund some of these things, so that if one of our professors has come up with a very good innovation, which we know is valuable to our country, or even to the region or Africa or the world at large, would you be able to support us? Or do we have to go elsewhere to look for that funding? I think that I'll stop there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Mulumbi. I think my question is a continuation of what the Vice Chancellor asked. Being that we are very concerned about commercializing all these good ideas, some of which are outside there, one of the challenges we've had, of course, is financing. And many a times we are directed to venture capitalists and angel investors, but we know that those tend, and I think Professor Wanjohi spoke to this, those tend to come from outside, from far away. And when they come, some very good ideas that we have had go in another direction. I'm sure some of us are aware of some startups that have, done well in Kenya, but immediately you get some venture capitalists giving you money, it goes all wrong. Is there a possibility of creating innovation funds and commercialization funds as part of your CSR? Because at this perhaps there is no guarantee of a return when we are putting our feet in the market. But certainly, if in the future this person becomes successful, then there will be a very reliable business partner. So is this something the bank would think about? No, we are not asking for lending being given. We are actually asking for a product like the angel investors do, or the venture capitalists do. Thank you.
From CBD.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mulumbi, for that eye-opener. KCB for people for better. And my question actually was more related to what the VC asked, but I was also, I'll also move on to ask, the banks are moving away from their core businesses. We have seen that. From, they are moving to either health, communication, insurance, and so on and so forth. And as the public, we are asking, why this diversification? Is there a loophole somewhere? Is there something that we don't know? And in terms of the rates, when you talked about the 105%, I think you need to elaborate further on the what 105% means, because for a common Kenyan, they're scared of taking these bank loans, and that's why we move to SACCOs, because of the interest rates. Thank you.
Can take the 3 questions now. Thank you.
All right. Let me start with the one from the VC, and this about an innovation fund from bank support. There's an arm of KCB, is a subsidiary called KCB Foundation. And if I pick some of the things we've done, you've heard of the Jiajiri programs. That's one of the areas where we bring in young people, train them so that they get to employ themselves, self-employment kind of, and they start projects, they start businesses. In our space, some of them have gone into agri, some of them are in dressmaking. Last year, you saw the graduation ceremony was at Nyayo, at Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani, and the president was the chief guest. And we did this in partnership with this German firm, I can't remember. And those guys were even given tools to get started. Now coming back to the innovation part, is something we can evolve together. You are doing research, you are starting projects and creating something that evolves into a bigger thing. I will take it up with my colleague, because we've not been very active at the high end. We've concentrated in the youth segment, enabling the youth to get employment. But I'll take this with the director in charge of our foundation arm, with whom we work very closely in driving sustainability initiatives, and we find a platform to create a partnership with at least one university. Hopefully, if I pitch for your university and it comes through, will be a good thing, so that we can discuss into details and see how we can partner and support the innovation work that you're doing. Commercialization of initiatives. And then there's concern around the financing, whether we bring in venture capitalists from outside or angel investors to support the novel ideas. Again, this is the beauty of working with a big group like KCB. We have the arm that does the fundraising for business initiatives, and that is called KCB Investment Bank Arm. They're experts in the fundraising for businesses side of it. The foundation deals with sustainability initiatives, partnership with the diverse segments of the society. And that is more of the CSR kind of leverage, but we are looking at that for sustainability, long-term, building capacity and building customers for the bank out of those initiatives. KCB Investment Bank will also work with you in that space of helping you to raise funds and listening to your proposals and finding out locally and globally. Interestingly, a prof said that 90% of Kenyans are poor. So fundraising locally then becomes a big challenge. Then if you look at the banks, even the funding for the banks to be able to lend is also supported by international lenders. So what we do to align to that funding proposal, if it comes out as a loan, then there are some preferential terms. KCB in the green space, yeah, we have support and we're able to give loans that support the environment, sustainability initiatives, and a green lending initiative. And the beauty there is that we are supported at lower interest rates internationally, so we lend at lower rates to support such initiatives. Another initiative that we've done there is to raise money for women-led, yeah, female-made and led enterprises flame, so that for our women customers driving enterprises, entrepreneurship, we're able to support them. In the last year, this initiative was launched last year, but we've already disbursed over 150 billion, and we are raising more money because there's a certain characteristic of the female entrepreneurs. When they borrow, we find that the non-performing, their discipline and diligence in service those loans is a lot higher. So they honor the obligations better, and we're able to raise funds internationally. And we have a bigger location for that, again, preferential rates. So there's an opportunity to support from a social responsibility, sustainability initiative. There's the opportunity to support from preferential terms, some of these initiatives, due to the partnerships that we have and which we are able to leverage. Then there's the business as usual kind of banking, which I believe is what you spoke about, because there then the support is the standard level support. Lastly, banks are moving away from their core business. What's the core business of a bank? The traditional one, which defined a bank as a deposit-taking institution and then does maturity transformation and lends the money. You borrow short-term, you lend long-term, that intermediation process, and then facilitation of payment. Isn't that scope too small in view of what I just said? We lend you money to do this, and the individuals at various segments of the value chain. So if we don't dive into the value chain, for example, in insurance, if we lend to you money and we don't ensure sustainability of that business, then there's a problem. Then there's also the angle that the banks, by nature of our business, we have a lot of data about customers. Yeah. For some reason, when you're borrowing money, we will ask you date of birth, what, family status, married, single. All that information can translate into something else that you should deal with, but which conversation you should go and have elsewhere to find that solution. Yeah. So we find it convenient for you customers of the bank for us to go and partner with Safaricom and give you digital financial services. Yeah. At a different rate using their platform, because Safaricom, in their job, they're not a deposit mobilizing. So we leverage our capability to mobilize deposits and use their platforms to lend, work with them. Remember, I said partnerships. Health, because we know our customers a little better, you show up. I like telling the branch managers when I visit, if I'm going to sell education policies, some person will have walked with a kid to the branch to look for banker's check. That is data. We should be able to talk to, the customer is borrowing money to pay maternity bill, pay school fees. Why don't I then engage with you in a conversation when it is still live in your mind to help you to solve other issues? Lastly, in that solution space, you realize that banks are helping you to move away. Convenience, technology of your phone, internet, mobile apps, you are able to do a lot of your banking from wherever you are, whenever you want. So there's no reason to come into the bank. So what we want to do with those brick and mortar things we've built, they become advisory centers. The staff that we have transform from being just loan sales officers to advisors to customers on investment, on insurance, on digital financial services, and many other things, even health propositions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Any burning question from the online viewers? And I see there's a question from our chair of council. Kaidri, let's have a mic. Any question from the online viewers?
Thank you for that presentation. I'm more interested in the preferential option, the partnership. What sort of collateral are we talking about? And what sort of penalties if we default?
Do we have a question online? Online viewers? So he has a question. Make it very short so that he can take the turn.
Thank you. My name is Victor Marende. Thank you, Mulumbi, for the presentation. I just stood to confirm that I'm one of your customer about the insurance thing, and I can confirm that he's ready to go. They have handled my insurance matters severally, and I have held no difficulties, so I can recommend them. The other part is that you just said you're undertaking a survey and possibly to make your policies or the products better. I can confirm that today in the morning I got a message about the survey. However, the methods that you're going to use to collect data for the research, you also need to check on them. Because if you send a message to collect data and my phone was off at that time, possibly you'll not get the feedback from me. And therefore, I would ask you, possibly you could be having more other methods. But if that is one of the ways that you are using, you also need to check on it. I think I have that for now. Thank you.
You can take the two questions. Thank you very much.
So, Victor, a good thing to thank you. At least I have somebody who can say that we are connecting. Before I come to this tour, there's one that you asked and I didn't answer, which was the 105%. So let me explain, but at the branch level, we will give you more details. You want to take a house loan, your first home acquisition. We give you an opportunity to borrow from us. And most of the times we will tell you, we will lend up to 80% of the value of the property or the purchase price. Sometimes we even say the lower of the two. However, in this case, we are telling you that you don't have to raise the 20%. You come, you have a property, this is the value, market value, and you've agreed on a price. We are willing to lend up to 105% of the value to help you cover. One, do away with that initial outlay, which is supposed to come from you by way of deposit. And secondly, to help you to meet the legal costs and transaction costs, stamp duty and so forth. So it moves you from borrowing just 80%. And why did we say 80% in the first instance? Because we are concerned about the variability in the market values of those property. If it ever goes down, and we lent 80%, it comes down to 90, we are sure that if we have to realize the property to pay off the loan, then we are fully covered. So it's actually dealing with the collateral value gaps. So 20%, the bank will still lend the 105, but the 25% above the 80, which is our desired level of lending, collateral to value ratio, the 25%, which is the incremental, is then taken care of through the credit insurance proposal. Sorry about that.
Yes, there was a second question.
So the preferential partnership options, what are they? And when do you qualify? I've highlighted two. Yeah, I spoke about the female-made and led enterprises. Yeah, and there are many areas. The banking expert and listen to the specific proposal. Then we work together to tailor it to suit your needs, structure a proposal within our preferential terms. On the market survey, granted, feedback taken, I'll speak to the people who are doing this for us and seek to do some improvements around it. But one final comment is around the government initiatives. You know, like the NSSF Act now compels contribution to go up this Tier 1 and Tier 2. One of the things that we are experts in managing is that Tier 2 contribution levels, which we can invest for you either with the KCB asset management or with an insurance scheme. And there are such conversations that go on with members of our teams here. So a lot of the things that we are positioning, that we are talking to you about, require some detailed discussions which may not take place here, but on a case-by-case basis, we have the right people, the experts, who can then delve into the details and help you to customize a solution to your needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we give him a clap? And thank you very much, KCB. Indeed, the bank in JKUAT is doing us a lot of good. And now we have come to the end of this plenary, and I'll invite the MC, Dr. Bidio, to take it up so that he can tell us what we need to do next. Dr. Bidio. I'm informed that the breakup sessions may not take place before lunch. They will be after lunch because of time management. Dr. Bidio.
Good afternoon, everyone. We hope that you've enjoyed the morning sessions and that they've been enlightening and have created fruitful discussions and will actually create more partnerships. As usual, we want to give a 6-factorial clap to the two presenters who've just left the stage. Then we give directions on the way forward. So if we can start, we prepare our hands. So we start 6. Next, I have gifts for our two presenters. So may I beg the indulgence of our Vice Chancellor to give the KCB visitor one of the gifts, and then DVC RPE to give the other one. Sure. This is the one. Yes, you can do it from there. Sure. Yes. So. So. that. Now we shall break for lunch. I have been requested by our visitors from Finland that after lunch we come for just one session because they will not be in tomorrow morning. So just begging your indulgence that we listen to them. There's a keynote presentation you have to give in the afternoon, I believe. Yes, because they will not be in tomorrow morning. So that after that, we then go to the breakout sessions. So now for the breakout sessions, we'll have one here. Begging your indulgence. We'll have one here, and there are 3 other rooms just next to where the exhibition area is. Number 2 is that it's time for lunch. We shall guide you just outside here how we shall have lunch. Do enjoy your lunch, and God bless you. Thank you. Hello. So lunch will be held at, you will have lunch at the main cafeteria where I believe you had tea in the morning. Thank you.
And our main aim is to tap the genetic resource in these different organisms to improve their production so that we can help the farmers to have better yields and even plants which can withstand different harsh conditions like drought and so on. We do have the tissue culture technology, and the tissue culture technology, its main aim is to promote mass. Like we have the commercial banana production, whereby we are producing plantlets to farmers. These plantlets have a high figure. They can grow very fast. Within a year, they are ready for harvesting. And also, they are free from diseases, that is from bacterial and fungal. So we give them plantlets and in quantity. We also have the coconut, tissue culture coconut project. It's also aimed at producing in mass. We also have the passion fruits. We also have aloe vera. With the coconut, our coconut in cost is diminishing with time. We have some diseases which are clearing the coconut plantations in the coast. So we are also trying to produce coconut plantlets in mass for farmers in the coast region so that they can be able to have enough planting material and be able to continue with their production. When we come to other plants, we have another project on doom palm. Doom palm is a semi-arid plant. It belongs to the coconut family. What we are doing with this plant, we are trying not only to do the mass production, we are trying to screen for genes which can withstand drought and salinity. When we identify these genes, we will be in a position to introduce these genes in other crops like maize and the cereal crops, which are the main food crops for Kenya and also Africa. And then we'll be able to plant these crops in very saline conditions, and also they might need very little water for them to produce. So we are also looking for drought-tolerant varieties. We also have the organic farming. Farmers come here, we train them on how to make organic manure, organic biopesticide from the farm. Also, we have the mushroom program. The mushroom program is mainly set to produce spawns, seeds for mushroom. So when farmers come here, we take them through the process of mushroom farming until to the market stage. So how they can plant, how to set the house, because there are some conditions for the house where the mushroom should be grown. We train them on how to do that, and then how to grow from the starter, all that. And also we tell them the different challenges, like if you see this might be a big bacterial infection which is affecting your mushroom, you need to apply ABCD. And also we train them not only to prevent, but to control.
My name is Patrick Kavagi Amaheno, based as technologist at the Department of Horticulture and a research assistant based to the African indigenous vegetables. This is a project that was started long away in 1991 by Professor Mary Abukusa. We had a range of issues that had been raised by farmers, and this was after we disseminated questionnaires to farmers in the western part of this country. And what came out clearly was lack of clean planting materials, that is the seeds for selected African indigenous vegetables. And now we had to collect the seeds of all the African indigenous vegetables that were considered to be priority ones, and then came to do bulking from the university. And then now the same seeds were now sent back to the farmers for them now to start their enterprises. This has come up clearly because now the most farmers, through the community-based organizations and aggregation of farmers, have adapted now the commercial aspect of African indigenous vegetables, more so after embracing the innovation of how to dry the vegetables during that time where the production is high.
My name's Alfred Masaba Wanzala. I'm a research assistant in Africa Indigenous Vegetable. The project is all about ensuring that it provides quality seeds to farmers and also trains farmers at a different level to ensure that they produce quality indigenous vegetables. We do the training starting at the primary school level up to the old farmers or the farmers at the field. At the primary level, we engage pupils in 4K clubs to ensure that they know quality farming. At the lower level, we provide them with the quality seeds and also planting leaflets to guide them through the farming. At the farm level, we train farmers also on the spacing and management of indigenous vegetables at the farm, and we also provide the seeds to them. At the university level, when we are doing research, we engage university students both at undergraduate and postgraduate level in different research, and also provide them with planting materials, and we guide them throughout up to the harvesting and post-harvesting management. The project has managed to train over 10,000 farmers countrywide in different counties, and we keep contact with them to ensure that all their needs is well catered for when it comes to production and management of indigenous vegetables.
The Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology invites you to apply for degrees, master's and PhD programs in the College of Pure and Applied Sciences, Corpus. The college has 3 schools offering programs in the fields of computing and information technology, biological sciences, and the School of Mathematical and Physical Sciences. Our flagship programs offer competitive, industry-driven training, and our graduates are leaders in the marketplace, currently offering innovative solutions in diverse sectors of the economy, both locally and internationally. JKU Art is currently the only university that offers Bachelor of Science in Operations Research in Africa and is also amongst the 3 prestigious universities within Africa that train Bachelors of Science in Financial Engineering. The highly qualified, dedicated, and experienced faculty at the college offer a conducive and participatory learning environment and is home to a diverse and vibrant student community. Over the years, the college has continued to produce competent, high-quality, and innovative graduates who have made significant contributions to various sectors of our economy. Great stories are written here. You too can start your journey to making your dreams come true by joining JKU Art. Applications are ongoing. To apply online, visit admission.jkuart.ac.ke. JKU Art, setting trends in higher education, research, innovation, and entrepreneurship.
Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, JKUAT, is very proud to host the National Manufacturing Research Chair in Kenya on technology innovations to offer solutions to the coconut value chain. Now, since the launch of the research chair in 2017, JKUAT has benefited from the program in terms of capacity building and training
of postgraduate students, acquisition of key research equipment in horticulture, food science, laboratories, and engineering workshops. Under this research chair program, a number of innovations have also been rolled out and deployed in Kilifi, Mombasa, and Kwale counties. And these technologies are currently impacting SMEs in the coconut value chain. The research project has enabled JKUAT to establish important linkages and partnerships with key stakeholders, thus repositioning the university as a leading institution in research in this region through research-driven solutions.
I'm Bernard Ikua, a professor of mechanical engineering at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, and also the holder of the manufacturing research chair, which is a university research chair. Within this research chair, we have several streams. We have a stream that is on tooling and machinery. We also have a research stream on food and beverages, another one of energy and biomass. We also have one on textiles and fabrics, and another also on beauty products and cosmetics. All these have got products that have been have come out and are now being piloted and marketed.
Of interest for us is what is contained inside, which is the coconut water and the coconut meat. Of interest in this particular case, the coconut meat is what one of my students is looking at in terms of its application in coconut-based products. My title, the thesis was broadening usage of coconut through addition of coconut meat, and that we've shown the white coconut, or the white component of the meat. I did various objectives to achieve the aim of my
And now we had to collect the seeds of all the African indigenous vegetables that were considered to be priority ones, and then came to do bulking from the university. And then now the same seeds were now sent back to the farmers for them now to start their enterprises. This has come up clearly because now the most farmers, through the community-based organizations and aggregation of farmers, have adapted now the commercial aspect of African indigenous vegetables, more so after embracing the innovation of how to dry the vegetables during that time where the production is high.
My name's Alfred Masaba Wanzala. I'm a research assistant in Africa Indigenous Vegetable. The project is all about ensuring that it provides quality seeds to farmers and also trains farmers at a different level to ensure that they produce quality indigenous vegetables. We do the training starting at the primary school level up to the old farmers or the farmers at the field. At the primary level, we engage pupils in 4K clubs to ensure that they know quality farming. At the lower level, we provide them with the quality seeds and also planting leaflets to guide them through the farming. At the farm level,
I'm Dr. Cecilia Mweu, a senior research fellow working at the Institute for Biotechnology Research, whereby in the Institute we are doing research on animals, plants, and microorganisms. And our main aim is to tap the genetic resource in these different organisms to improve their production so that we can help the farmers to have better yields and even plants which can withstand different harsh conditions like drought and so on. We do have the tissue culture technology, and the tissue culture technology, its main aim is to multiply in mass. Like we have the commercial banana production, whereby we are producing plantlets to farmers. These plantlets have a high figure. They can grow very fast. Within a year, they are ready for harvesting. And also, they are free from diseases, that is from bacterial and fungal. So we give them quality plantlets and in quantity. We also have the coconut, tissue culture coconut project. It's also aimed at producing in mass. We also have the passion fruits. We also have aloe vera. With the coconut, our coconut in cost is diminishing with time. We have some diseases which are clearing the coconut plantations in the coast. So we are also trying to produce coconut plantlets in mass for farmers in the coast region so that they can be able to have enough planting material and be able to continue with their production. When we come to other plants, we have another project on doom palm. Doom palm is a semi-arid plant. It belongs to the coconut family. What we are doing with this plant, we are trying not only to do the mass production, we are trying to screen for genes which can withstand drought and salinity. When we identify these genes, we will be in a position to introduce these genes in other crops like maize and the cereal crops, which are the main food crops for Kenya and also Africa. And then we'll be able to plant these crops in very saline conditions, and also they might need very little water for them to produce. So we are also looking for drought-tolerant varieties. We also have the organic farming. Farmers come here, we train them on how to make organic manure, organic biopesticide from the farm. Also, we have the mushroom program. The mushroom program is mainly set to produce spawns, seeds for mushroom. So when farmers come here, we take them through the process of mushroom farming until to the market stage. So how they can plant, how to set the house, because there are some conditions for the house where the mushroom should be grown. We train them on how to do that, and then how to grow from the starter, all that. And also we tell them the different challenges, like if you see this might be a big bacterial infection which is affecting your mushroom, you need to apply ABCD. And also we train them not only to prevent, but to control.
The kind of research that we do here impacts directly in communities' livelihoods. I want to pick a project that we have conducted in Kisumu County. What we have realized based on our previous projects here, that we have collaborated with the Foundation for Innovative New Diagnostics and the Ministry of Health and counties, is that there is a major gap, especially on diagnostics. But our work has indicated that getting these diagnostics at level 2 and level 3, that is in dispensaries and health centers, is very, very difficult. You only find these profile tests, ANC profile tests, in a few level 3 facilities, but not at level 2 facilities. Then this forces women to walk very, very long distances, therefore spending a lot of money on healthcare, for transport, and even realizing that they take a lot of time out of their regular schedules. And we know that pregnancy is not a disease ideally. So this is very, very important, and I would want to use it as one of the examples where we have a project that impacts directly on the community, and it helps, of course. During these projects, we also put students on board. So we have, in Kisumu, we have an MSc student. In our clinical trials in Kwale, we have 3 PhD students and 5 MSc students. So again, building young, scientists to learn the ropes of research, and this is very helpful, yes. I think one of the biggest gaps that exists between academia and industry is lack of
coordination, lack of a coordination mechanism. I think the two can work symbiotically to support each other. If you look at the West, most of the innovations that industry is able to scale up comes from academia and research institutions. And it will reach a time in this country, based on what we are realizing the wage bill for national government is, that if industry does not invest, if the private sector does not invest in academia and in research, some of the institutions of higher learning will be highly unsustainable if the central government cannot support them. If you realize, for example, NASA, if you realize, institutions in the US, the ones that are involved in space exploration, development of very, very, important engineering solutions, it all starts at the basic science. Now, what has happened is that our own country, our own government, does not put money in basic sciences. The West does not do that for us. So we are left mainly with implementation science and maybe clinical trials, which is clinical research, which you are testing compounds and solutions that are already developed. Now, running away from what ourselves, we have an opportunity for, for development. So for the scientists that will be attending this conference, one of the important things is the fact that as we develop ourselves as scientists, as we nurture young scientists or younger scientists, we have an obligation ourselves. It is part of why we benefited by being trained. It is time that we utilize our intellectual capital well by serving our country in training and nurturing young scientists. The kind of research that we do here impacts directly in communities' livelihoods. I want to pick a project that we have conducted in Kisumu County. What we have realized based on our previous projects here, that we have collaborated with the Foundation for Innovative New Diagnostics and the Ministry of Health and counties, is that there is a major gap, especially on diagnostics. But our work has indicated that getting these diagnostics at level 2 and level 3, that is in dispensaries and health centers, is very, very difficult. You only find them, these profile tests, ANC profile tests, in a few level 3 facilities, but not at level 2 facilities.
The technologist at the Department of Horticulture and the research assistant based to the African indigenous vegetables. This is a project that was started long away in 1991 by Professor Mary Abukusa. We had a range of issues that had been raised by farmers, and this was after we disseminated questionnaires to farmers in the western part of this country. And what came out clearly was lack of clean planting materials, that is the seeds for selected African indigenous vegetables. And now we had to collect the seeds of all the African indigenous vegetables that were considered to be priority ones, and then came to do bulking from the university. And then now the same seeds were now sent back to the farmers for them now to start their enterprises. This has come up clearly because now the most farmers, through the community-based organizations and aggregation of farmers, have adapted now the commercial aspect of African indigenous vegetables, more so after embracing the innovation of how to dry the vegetables during that time where the production is high.
My name's Alfred Masaba Wanzala. I'm a research assistant in Africa indigenous vegetable. The project is all about ensuring that it provides quality seeds to farmers and also trains farmers at different levels to ensure that they produce quality indigenous vegetables. We do the training starting at the primary school level up to the old farmers or the farmers at the field. At the primary level, we engage pupils in 4K clubs to ensure that they know quality farming at the lower.
Professor Lotarina is from University of Jyväskylä in central Finland. She's also a scientific director of the Nano Science Center at the University of Jyväskylä. Lotarina is a professor in cell and molecular biology, basically on the field of science, especially on ecology, evolution, biology. She belongs to the Department of Biological and Environmental Sciences at Jyväskylä, the Faculty of Mathematics and Science. It's very difficult to introduce Prof, but if you click on your Google search engine, you will realize that she's amongst the top publishers in this country with over 3,219 citations so far. You never know, probably others have been added. So let's invite Professor to give us a presentation this afternoon. Karibu sana.
Thank you for the introduction. And first, I'd like to acknowledge the esteemed leadership of the university and the previous speakers for the very inspiring and enlightening talks and perspectives that they've given us, and also the colleagues and collaborators here in JIKWAT University. And thank you for the opportunity for being here and to share a little bit of what we do in University of Jyväskylä. So this will be a scientific talk, and it will be about biology, and I understand that not all of you are biologists, but I will try to explain things, so not going too much deep into molecular things. So I will today talk about what kind of work we do in University of Jyväskylä in terms of prevention of infectious diseases, focusing especially on bacterial infections in aquaculture, but also in human diseases. And then some of Professor Varpu Marjomäki's work on antivirals that can be found from nature. Where do I click? How do I change the slide? Here, maybe? It should be on. Can you help me a little bit? Okay. Okay, just have to point into the correct direction. Thank you. No, it's not working still. For some, do I need to be closer? Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's try again. Good. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. So first, a few words, and sorry about the hassle. First, a few words about University of Jyväskylä and about Finland. So Finland is in very northern part of Europe, and we have a population of approximately 5.5 million people. Jyväskylä is located at the central part of the Finland. Helsinki, our capital, is here in the south, so it's like 3 or 4 hours by train or bus between Helsinki and Jyväskylä. About our university is about half of the size of JKUAT in terms of students. We have 14,000 students and a bit less than 3,000 staff members. And we have 6 faculties in the university. We have everything else, but we don't have the justice faculty and veterinary faculties. So we work in the Nanoscience Center. Here you can see the image, how it's looking, our faculty. So there are these white buildings in the Faculty of Mathematics and Science. This picture has been taken during the winter. So this white area is a lake and it's frozen. And when it's frozen, you can go walking or bicycling on the lake. And a few weeks ago, there were even horse races arranged on the ice. So here we have chemistry department, physics, biology, and then we have the Nanoscience Center. So in Nanoscience Center, us biologists, chemists, and physicists work together in phenomena that are happening at the nanoscale. So for our part, it's like molecules and viruses and structural biology. We are nanoscience, multidisciplinary. Nanoscience is one of the focus areas of the university and one of the profiling areas. And at the moment, we have approximately 40 different research groups and approximately 160 scientists working together around these topics. But let's go to the actual topic of today. I would like to talk a little bit about antimicrobial crisis that we are facing. So 2015, there was a published report in the UK where they estimated that by 2050, antimicrobial resistance will become such a huge problem that approximately 10 million people will die due to antibiotic-resistant infections annually, and that this would be the leading cause of death, exceeding those associated, for example, with cancer or cardiovascular diseases. But now, as time passes, we are actually in a situation where the situation is actually far more worse already, because in Lancet, it was published about 1 year ago, some statistics from 2019, and it was seen that already in 2019, almost 5 million people, 5 million deaths were associated somehow with antibiotic-resistant bacteria. So that's not very far from the estimate of 10 million, which should be happening in 2050. Of course, this is just antibiotic resistance and antibiotic-resistant infections. We are also living in the age of pandemic. Our societies have just started to recover from the corona pandemic. There are also other viral infections circulating around the world, like monkeypox, Zika virus, influenza, that are threatening how we work as a society. But we also have some drug-resistant viral infections. For example, like HIV. We have encountered some drug-resistant HIV infections as well. And we can expand this problem also to fungal diseases or parasitic diseases, which are extremely hard to treat with pharmaceuticals, and that are becoming more and more resistant to these treatment efforts. So we really need to find alternatives to fight against the diseases. And one additional point which is really important, that we often acknowledge that yes, we do as individuals eat antibiotics for our own infections, and that antibiotics are the cornerstones of modern medicine. But the fact is that not all antibiotics are used in human treatments. In fact, the majority of antibiotics are used elsewhere, for example, in food production. And in the US, it has been estimated that it's over 65% of antibiotics are being used in the food production. So, of course, the worrying part is that we are using the same antibiotics in treating animals and crops as we are treating humans and human infections. So, potentially and in practice, actually, this antibiotic use in food production can actually hamper how we can treat the diseases that we have ourselves. So, going into one potential solution, sorry about some of the part of the text is missing. It says that maybe there is an old solution to a new problem. And bacteriophages. I don't know if anybody of you have heard about phage therapy. But phages are viruses, but they are such viruses that they infect only bacteria, so they don't infect our own cells. And they are everywhere. I mean, everywhere. They are in our body. It has been estimated that in average during one day, 35 billion phage particles move through our cells and organs every day. So they are actually in control of all the bacterial populations that we have in our bodies, in our gut, on our mucosal surfaces, but also in nature. It has been estimated that there are 10 to 31 phage particles on Earth, and that is an astronomical number because we can, by telescopes, we can only observe 7 times 10 to 22 stars. So there's a huge amount of bacteriophages on Earth. So here is an image of an E. coli bacterium. So E. coli is typically a commensal bacterium that lives in our guts. So the blue ones are the E. coli bacteria, and then these green little needle-like shapes, those are the bacteriophages that are now attacking this E. coli bacteria. So you can see the typical shape of the bacteriophage, that is a protein capsid and a tail and then tail fibers. And when the phages attack the bacterial cells, they don't go inside the cells, they just inject their genetic material into the bacterial cells. And what happens then next is that the bacterial cell will become a phage factory. So the bacterial cell will not be able to continue its normal life, especially if it's attacked by very virulent bacteriophages. So what happens after the DNA of the phage has entered into the cells, the DNA is being replicated, then new phage proteins and particles are being produced. And then eventually, when the phage particles are mature in the cell, there's an enzyme encoded by the phage that will actually make a hole on the bacterial cell wall. And since there's a lot of pressure within the cell of the bacteria, all these new phage particles are then burst into the surrounding environment. And here you can see an electron microscopy image of the same thing happening. So here you can see phages attached on the bacterial cell, and then this is the end product when all these little white dots here are the new phage particles coming out from the bacterial cell. So this is a self-enriching system. So we can, if we know what bacterium is causing an infection, we can introduce a suitable phage into that site of infection, and then this replication will start. So in contrast to traditional medicine, where you have to eat the pills every day, the phages are self-enriching in this system. Okay, So phages, we have been studying aquaculture pathogens and how to use bacteriophage therapy in aquaculture. So we can isolate bacteriophages typically in the environment where the host bacteria are. So since we worked with aquaculture, we have been isolating bacteriophages from the aquaculture environment. Then if you want to work with some gut infection causing bacteria, you might want to go to wastewaters and isolate the phages from the wastewaters. So it's pretty simple. You can just collect the water sample and then filter out the bacteria, and then the remaining filtrate will contain all the phages that there are in the system. And then when you introduce those together with the host bacteria, the phages start to replicate. Here are just a few examples how it actually looks in the laboratory and on a bacterial culture plate where we have bacteriophages. So actually the word bacteriophage, it means bacterium eater. And you can easily see that here in the image, because all these kind of dark holes on this bacterial culture, those are phage plaques. So there has been one phage, and then it has lysed all the bacteria surrounding them, and that has created these holes in the bacterial lawn. So sometimes these plaques can look a little bit different depending on what kind of bacterial host you use. So we have been interested in developing phage therapy approaches for aquaculture system, as I mentioned, and working quite a long time with the fish pathogen called Flavobacterium columnare, and it causes these nasty-looking symptoms especially on rainbow trout and other types of freshwater fish that are farmed. It can also infect natural fish species. So we have established a collection of several hundreds of bacterial isolates and then phages that can infect them. And we know how these phages infect the bacteria. We have studied the infection mechanisms and what kind of host ranges different phages have. We have also sequenced the genomes of the phages, so we exactly know what we are dealing with. So we were interested in studying if we could actually use phages to prevent these Flavobacterium infections. And we have done these experiments in the laboratory conditions using the rainbow trout. And here in this image, you can see the results of such experiment. So on the y-axis, we have the survival of the fish, and then the time goes on the x-axis. And then this black line is the survival of fish that were given only the bacteria. So no treatment. You can see it starts to decline rather rapidly. But when we add the phage, then the bacteria can tolerate the infection much better. So the phage can actually rescue the fish from the infection. And then this dotted line is control of only phage. So typically at the end of these long experiments, we start to see some background mortality as well. But phages per se do not cause any damage for the fish. So of course, now fish is covered with a mucosal layer. Fish are slimy. And our own mucosal surfaces are also containing these mucins that give the mucosal surfaces this kind of gel-like structure. And about 10 years ago, there was a paper, a very interesting paper from colleagues from the United States, where they had found that some bacteriophages, especially those that have this tail, that on the capsid, they have these proteins that directly interact with the mucins on the mucosal surfaces. And they suggested that this might actually be a co-evolutionary adaptation, so that we host phages on our mucosal surfaces, or all the metazoans do, and then this will give the phages a medium to stay in one place because they can't swim, they are nanoparticles. And that will increase the chances in meeting a suitable host bacterium. But at the same time, this will give eukaryotes kind of sort of external immunity, non-specific external immunity against bacterial diseases. So we wanted to test this idea, and we wanted to explore if we can actually colonize the fish mucosal surfaces with phages and study if these introduced phages can act as a preventive method for bacterial infections. And from the bioinformatics, we already knew that our phage indeed has these HOC proteins on the capsid, and it should work like that. Okay, my texts are not showing in a correct way, but apologies for that. But what we did is that we again exposed rainbow trout to phages. And then 1 day after that, or 3 days, or 7 days after the phage treatments, we infected the fish with the bacteria. And we wanted to see if we can see increase in. We'll now switch to a topic which involves work that's done in Professor Marjomäki's group about finding antivirals from nature to prevent virus infections. And so Varpo Marjomäki, who is here as a visitor as well, so she works with enteroviruses and coronaviruses. And just a few details of these viruses is that enteroviruses is a large group of viruses that cause all sorts of infections and transmit through the fecal-oral route. And you might know one very important enterovirus, which is polio. And of course, we have vaccination against polio, but not so much against other enterovirus infections. So what is typical for enteroviruses is that it has the protein capsid, kind of very hard protein capsid, and then let's see, this one works. Yes, good. Okay, so that about enteroviruses. Next, something about coronaviruses. You might have seen kind of images of coronaviruses in the media quite a lot during the last years. So coronavirus is structurally different. It has a lipid membrane. So it's not kind of hard protein. It has this kind of more, I would say, flexible kind of shape. And then it has these spike proteins. And Varpo Marjomäki's group, they work with seasonal viruses, but also with the pandemic SARS coronavirus too. And what they have been studying is that can we find antiviral molecules, especially from trees and berries growing in Finland. So they have studied Norway spruce, Scots pine, and willow, and these different berries like blackcurrant and sea buckthorn. And this work has been done especially with these difficult enteroviruses. And what they found is that you can find very effective antivirals from these natural plants. And I will explain a little bit on how you can read that from this figure. Here is the cell viability. So now that we are talking about viruses, virus infection studies are done in cell culture. So human cells are done in a petri dish, infected with the body if the viruses are still kind of viable, if they are still able to cause the disease. And they saw that, of course, as a control, they had this normal polyethylene plastic that hasn't got any antiviral ingredients on that. And there, the survival of the cells was quite low. It was similar as the virus alone. But when they used kind of these different concentrations of this resin plastic, they could see an increase in the cell survival, indicating that these resin plastics are very antiviral. And actually this was kind of how long they explored, so how long the virus was in contact with the plastic surface. And then they continued to explore a little bit on the exact molecular mechanisms, what could explain this antiviral infectivity. And they did many different kind of things, but here is one key finding, is that when they infected the cells with the virus control, here you can see, I hope you can see there that the DAPI stains the DNA of the cell, and then we have a tubulin stain that gives you the kind of the outline of the cell. And then we have the red stain for the virus protein. So in this virus control, you can see that 15 hours after infection, the virus is replicating quite well in these cells because they're full of this red color. And same happened when they used this untreated plastic, but when they had this rosin plastic, there was very little virus infections going on in the cell. So this indicates that the viruses could be seen in the cell, but something happens that they are not able to replicate within the cells. So with this, I just want to stop and say that indeed the nature is very rich on different antimicrobial products. And we can isolate bacteriophages from environment and study how they can be used in treatment or prevention of bacterial diseases. We can use these plant extracts to explore how they can prevent virus infectivity, and that especially this rosin plastic was very efficient in its antiviral activity. And here I would just like to acknowledge my group members and also members from the Varpo Marjomäki group and all the funding agents and companies that have been involved in these studies. And I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor, for that good presentation. You have taken us through the anti-ARGs in nature, how we can use phasage. I understand that some of us are hearing that term for the very first time, so we are learning. And you have also confirmed to us that Kenya is a country that is rich in Kenya as a country is rich in biodiversity. So exactly. We can actually be able to extract various medicinal extracts from the trees that we have around. Having said that, may I allow ourselves to engage the presenter? And I will probably allow not a maximum of 3 questions. The reason being is that we are running short of time. May I request you, if you are not privileged to ask the question, kindly write it down. We'll be able to pick it, and somehow Prof is available even tomorrow, and she can be able to respond to the question. So 3 people. I start off with our chair, first one. Can I pick all of them, and then we take one round of 3 questions. We answer all of them, and then we move to the next presenter. So number 1. My eyes. Okay. Number 2. You are there? Oh. Number 3. So we have 3 of them.
So can I have the last
yes.
slide after the other one, before this? Yeah. In the bacteriophages study,
yes,
of course, you have proven that they are useful But that has been in the microbiology domain for a long time. Yeah?
Yes.
That's why they are called bacterial eaters, isn't it?
Exactly.
I will have been interested to see if we are moving towards application of this science. I will have been interested to see whether there is efficacy differential between specific macrophages so that we progress those macrophages that are more ferocious than others. That way we are moving nearer to application. Then at this stage, I would have wanted to see also the thoughts of how you will make pharmaceutical products, formulation, that has these macrophages that don't die in a tablet, so that when you swallow, they are back to life and they assist. Okay. It is also very well known that plant extracts have antiviral, antibacterial, antifungal properties. In that resin, I will have seen some initial. I would have loved to see some initial indications of what in the resin is really responsible. Because if you know that, then you are moving more to application. Because that resin might be having thousands and thousands of viruses. Some might be passengers. They might not be useful at all. So what exactly, what is the active principle in the resin? The same applies to extracts. You know, the problem with extracts and antimicrobial benefits is you have antimicrobial benefits of the extract, but you have many other compounds in the extract that could be very harmful. Yeah? And therefore, we should be beginning to move towards specifics so that we exclude baggage. In fact, African indigenous knowledge, if you were bitten by a snake, we knew which tree to pluck the roots, chew the roots, and put the extract on the wound of the snake, and you are okay. Yeah. In Africa, if you had a tummy ache, when I was grazing my father's cows, if you had a tummy ache, I uprooted a Solanaceous plant in the neighborhood. I chewed the roots, and the tummy ache was fixed. Yeah. The problem with that is the tummy ache is fixed. Then the baggage of other things that are not helping you are also working on you. Yeah.
True.
Yeah. So to progress this subject, which is very, very brilliant, very brilliant, you should be moving very rapidly to specific elements and modes of formulation into pharmaceutical products that can begin to be taken to fix coronavirus, to fix which other virus, HIV, whatever it is. That is my exposition on this.
Can I answer directly right away, because otherwise I might forget? Yes. So first about the bacteriophages and progressing towards more virulent bacteriophages and the infection efficacy. So definitely, so we can isolate different kinds of bacteriophages that do have different kind of efficacy. But what's interesting is this system, when we have the phages and the bacterial hosts, they co-evolve. So we can train the phages in the laboratory conditions by exposing them continuously to bacteria to cause kind of random mutations, which will make them more effective. And in many groups in different parts of the world, they also use kind of direct genetic manipulation to create phages that have kind of more broad infection range. So kind of these, I think that these phages are studied quite a bit around the world. So different people have kind of different solutions. And then about the survival of the phages through the gastrointestinal tract. So there are also, so different phages work in a different way. So when you deal with some phages that are kind of typically going through that environment, they're more tolerant to the low pH and all the acids there. But then there's also a possibility to encapsulate. The people have been doing this micro-encapsulation and nano-encapsulations of phage products so that they are kind of more protective through the gastrointestinal tract. So just kind of short answers to those questions. And regarding the antiviral work is that I know that Varpo Marjamäki's group, that they are doing also kind of these in collaborations with chemists to exactly pinpoint that which are the active ingredients in these extracts, because now I just wanted to show the overview. And if I understood correctly, they have also patented some of these molecules. But of course, this is an ongoing work and explore, and then there hadn't been so much studies on the Finnish nature and our plants. So and definitely it's known that different parts of the world are their knowledge is especially this indigenous knowledge that you know how to use the plants. And there's a lot of work needs to be done to define those molecules and bring this. And as we heard kind of in the morning session, that it's not enough to have the innovation. So that's just the first step. Exactly. And then the work is starting to get these molecules into the market and active use. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation. My name is Odari. A little bit interested, especially with your studies on phages, right? And first, it is quite interesting that phages are among the oldest viruses to be discovered. And a lot of studies on phages are just coming in the recent years. In your study, when I look at it from the point of pharmacokinetics, were you able to study how much of these phages are basically released, yeah, and how much is retained? Because one thing that I'm sure also, like there's a lot of mutations within the phage plasmids.
Oh, yes.
And if this is basically retained, there's chances of element, that is my hypothesis, of crossing species. Remember, viruses have to live and thrive in biosynthesizing cells. Where are we in a danger where we are going to see in the future, we are seeing that the remnants of the phages that perhaps remain within the cells are able then to cross species and then create another havoc, right? Mm-hmm. I'm just asking that question because phages have been known to exist with man for ages. In fact, it's through the identification of studies of phages that's when we started really studying viruses, a lot of viruses. So I'm more interested in whether you did these studies, how much of the phages are basically retained and how much are released of actually destruction of the bacteria. The other thing is that on phage diversity, really, have you really documented this? Because I think you did your studies in Europe, and of course, there has to be some element of really a lot of phage diversity when we look at it also from the tropical environment. So have you really studied the phage diversity then to be able to start really really proactively talking about phage therapy in the midst of antibiotic resistance? So that was really my question on phages. When I just have one, especially the plant extract on the entero and coronaviruses. I know a number of these viruses are more self-limiting, right? They really, of course, within the tropical climate, a number of them will be non-symptomatic, asymptomatic, self-limiting, and so Were you able then to determine the mode, I mean, the molecules that were actively involved in these viruses and the mode of action? I'm asking that because then we can then be able then to try to relate the plants that actually were studied in Europe with the various plants that we also find locally. So I just had those two questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So first about the release rate of bacteriophages and how much is retained. So we haven't been studying that because in our system, especially with the fish system, it's a bit different because it's causing this external disease. So we add the phages directly into the aquarium water, and the phages are not ingested. And so kind of the short answer to the question, I think that it probably varies a lot on the phage-bacterium interaction. So what kind of phage, because phages have their different replication rates and kind of the burst sizes and everything. So I think this is something that needs to be defined for each phage bacterium system individually. And then you asked about the phage diversity. So yes, we have studied phage diversity quite a lot in the lakes in Finland, but not so much in the kind of the animal settings. But from the work that we've done with the environmental isolates, we know that there is a huge diversity of isolates that we have gotten. That there's so much that we don't yet know about phages. So we keep finding completely novel type of bacteriophages. And this is something that people typically also use metagenomic approaches to study the virus diversity in the environment. But then since there are not so many isolate studies, so it's very difficult to connect the metagenomic data into actual kind of phage particles. So I hope I kind of answered to your question about the phage diversity. And then you asked about the molecular details of the antiviral activity. And I suggest that maybe you speak with Professor Varpo Marjamäki in more detail about that, but I know that they have been doing even some structural biology so that they know that in enterovirus, in kind of which kind of a structural pocket some antiviral molecules can bind to and then cause the antiviral effect. But I really suggest kind of talking more with Varpo because this is her work and not mine.
Thank you. My question is on bacteriophages, and I think it's a very important topic. And I'm thinking in Kenya, we have a real problem of drug resistance. And just thinking about TB, would you think that this would be answer to the drug-resistant TB? For instance, my second question is on the use of nanoscience in delivery of the bacteriophages. Do you use that? I see you are in the Center of Nanoscience. And we are doing quite some work on nanotechnology, nanoencapsulation. And we have found extracts get more active if they are nanocapsulated. And I would like you to comment if you have done similar studies in your country. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So about tuberculosis, yes, I think that this phage therapy can be at least one part of the solution. And of course, tuberculosis is might be the bacteria might be a bit difficult to access by the bacteriophages, but then from other studies we know that sometimes when antibiotic-resistant bacteria are exposed to bacteriophages, that they kind of become less resistant to antibiotics. So they kind of, I think that we have to look at kind of options of using phages in a kind of more wider scales, and maybe use a combination of different phages, and also in combination with the antibiotics to get more efficient treatments. With the nanotechnology in phage research, so we haven't done any nanoencapsulations. We have done some collaborations with people who have been doing that. We have been doing collaboration with companies that actually attach by plasma discharge methods, that they attach bacteriophages on different surfaces like plastics or glass surfaces, and we have studied those. And there was something about yes, now I remember, about the nanoparticle research. For example, these antivirals have been also coupled with the nanoparticles, and there it has been shown that this increases the efficacy, the antiviral efficacy, quite a lot. But that's a very good suggestion that maybe we should also kind of work on that area with the bacteriophages, and trying to understand a little bit better on how they work and how we can increase their infectivity.
Thank you. I think you'll allow me to stop there, not unless you have a very burning question, and for sure we have taken close to an hour. Yeah, I didn't know that it was almost an hour now. So you'll allow me to stop there. If you have a question, please write somewhere. During break time, you can also engage Professor Vapo. Just raise up your hand. Elena is also with us here, but she's not into this area. So you can spare her. Thank you, thank you. We'll move over to the next presenter. Thank you so much. Let's and just before you leave, in an African setup, we have not finished our tradition. There are traditional rituals that we need to do. I'll ask. Sorry, let me confirm something. He's presenting now, tomorrow is not. Sorry. Our next keynote presenter is Professor Dominic Biarugaba. I hope I've pronounced the name correctly. Please take up the stage. Prof is currently the director of ICAD. So we are here courtesy of Professor Dominic. Professor, I hope we've been behaving well. You will not lock the doors for us. Prof has been with ICAD. Before that, he was a deputy director. So he has a wealth of experience when it comes to management. His area of interest is basically on life sciences. To narrow it down, basically botany and general ecology. Above that, and this is what I want to cap up with, Prof has delivered, supervised and delivered 27 PhDs. Let's clap for him.
My apologies. That's the madness of professors. We think our voices are audible. I'll take the opportunity to thank Jake Watt through your chair of council for some of these good things I'm beginning to say. Without much ado, go ahead. My topic is harnessing indigenous knowledge and innovation for sustainable development. It's unfortunate the first speaker of the day has gone, but I'm equally critique of modern academia. Who are the old universities in Africa? It's very unfortunate that within our curricula, we are trying to get rid of history. We are trying to get rid of civics. We are trying to not to understand networks, but we are going with modernity. You can see, in 859, Africa had a university, and it was in West Africa. Probably that's why we understand West Africa had colonized Portugal. That's why we should understand that the colonization of Africa was not necessarily colonization, it was revenge. We will go ahead and try to understand all the speakers since morning, where someone even said, we are beginning from the top. So we need to go back to basics. This is available and is within the stock of the Secretariat. They'll share. Who are the oldest universities in East Africa? I haven't gone to my topic. I want to agree with you. Because if I go to my topic, 99% you'll disagree. I will promise you that. We had the University College of London of East Africa. Nairobi was for engineering. Dar es Salaam was for law and political science. Makerere University College of London was for medicine and basic sciences. I'll answer myself. If you are in Nairobi, let's first congratulate the engineering of Jake Watt. Can we clap for you? Yeah, because you are sisters and brothers of University of Nairobi. You'll see very good built environment, planned. Don't waste it. If you go to Tanzania, because the basics were on law and political science, you'll see the oldest democracy in East Africa. If you went to my country, those of you who didn't know, I'm Ugandan, we should have health tourism to Kampala. Civil strife. But I can assure you, some of the key health professionals, best scientists, were trained in Makerere. Like the best doctor of South Africa, Professor Peter Ferob at University of Cape Town, was trained even in Uganda. So we go on and go on. You know all these universities, but you know what we cherish in these universities. That's a question for tomorrow. That's where my topic lies, and I will dwell a lot about this. Citizen science and liberal arts universities in East Africa. I know many of you will not agree with me that the first university is your mother's womb. Whatever you will not get from your mother's womb, forget. None of us professors cannot put it in. And that's where indigenous knowledge starts from. The Culture and Traditional Elders Forum in communities are the best universities. They'll shape you. They'll tell you what you don't want to hear. And in the end, if you conform, you become an academic in your own right in that community. Colonial barazas that bred rebellion. Professor Wanjoy was read a lot about that. I want to leave it at that. You know what they did to us. Indigenous repository knowledge centers at what we call in quotes, witch doctors. I wish we took that as the clerkship center, surgery beginning, maternity ward. But check the name we gave it, witch doctors. And if you understand vocabulary, you certainly and automatically hate those people. Women medicine currency. You know, I'm glad we have very many academicians here. Some of us who are in the old faculty, what do you say? If I asked you, Chair of Council, since the other day, I see you know a lot of science. Can you put it in shelves for people to come and buy? The answer is no. So I wish to challenge this conference that can we package our science? Can we package what we want so that it can be bought? I'm glad 2 weeks ago we had the linkages of Africa. And at this rate, Chair of Council, we are about to package. And we will very soon. But there happened another accident. Respected medicine people are women, not men. But because it involved a currency, then there was a coup. And when that coup happened, then we lost the direction. But where it remained, like in South Africa, Zulu people, the Thotho, the Shona-Ndebere, the Pygmies in Congo, I can assure you the science that is there is beyond what we know. Of course, we know traditions and indigenous and cultural beliefs are there. But in society today, particularly the Bantu, who I know very well, I'm a Bantu, at a certain stage, there is specific food for a specific age bracket. During initiation, the foods mothers prepare for the young boys is different. When you are going to marry, you are fed on a different diet. When you have just produced, it's a different diet. And here people will pose, I'm a professor of food science. No way. You can't be better than a mother. What's happening? Technologies? Is no screen? Okay, it's back. I don't want to dwell a lot on this, but when I read the theme of the conference, I had to digress. Technology, energy, medicine, liberal arts, because we must draw policy for our parliamentarians. I stop there, but if I were in Uganda, I would add something else. Therefore, who are the engineers of society? The first speakers gave it all. They are the blacksmiths. You saw it. And when he was presenting, I was like, was he under my table as I proposed and thought? Architectural and structural built environment at clan, community, and tribal expertise. There are people in society that know architecture, as we'll see in a few photographs. Cultural diffusion and blended knowledge as influenced by Arab, Indian, European migrants, eventually the popular language we call Kiswahili. And I congratulate Africans because come July, our AU will debate in Kiswahili. The formal training, you see, we are getting there. The day we debate in Kiswahili, I think we'll be there. We'll probably have vocabulary, formulae, chemical formulae, and others. There are other subcontinents and countries that were colonized and refused colonization. An example is India. And that's why all our tourism is there. You know what it means. The formal training model that killed the innate training, the research we do in universities, the innovation we are talking about, entrepreneurship and commercialization mechanisms were stolen at an early stage, but we must restore and bring everything back. Remedy lie in the hands of curriculum design, revision, remodeling, blending, and projection trends in modern universities. In other words, the research within the curriculum and research directorates must not stop. I wish to inform this audience this afternoon that the institute that was born by Jake Watt, called ICAD, under the Joint Commission Council, is working hard with the North and Southeast Asia to make sure that we blend everything. Like here, we are taking science to where it should be. I want to inform this audience that if you are above 19, you can't learn anything more. You're just recycle. Therefore, ICAD has taken it on with International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology to take science to the youngsters, to the young brains. The philosophy, ideology, manipulation in retaining indigenous knowledge tenets in academia is paramount. If you go to Southern African countries, particularly Zimbabwe and South Africa, the first semester for graduate reading is on indigenous knowledge, critical thinking, African problems, and entrepreneurship. Whether you are doing law, whether you are in basic sciences, whether you are in religious studies or medicine, you must study that compulsory course in order to understand your discipline and subject specifics. Can we restore and even bring about honors degrees so that at graduate level, we are doing what I heard the chair of council requesting us as trainers to do? Of course, we need a level of mother tongue in teaching at university. Whether we are University of Engineering, Agriculture and Technology, but we need to mainstream some courses, entrepreneurship, vocabulary, language. After all, we are going to serve and work and develop and innovate based on the foundations of communities who might not know how to read and write. We need to ask government. I'll stop there because I'm not from here. I don't want to cause problems. But it should stop. Why should a mother in Kericho, a mother in Kakamega, Bungoma, Wajir, the coast, send Dominic to J.K. Watt? And the only thing I have in my last academic year is to be Googling to go out. I'm the youngest to perform. I'm the youngest to deliver. I'm the youngest to understand the environment of the day, the changes, the epidemiology of some of the diseases that are hitting us. Not Dominic. I'm in my evening. I always joke with my staff. I'm not at an age of planning. I'm at an age of spending. So eventually to say I'm useless. So we must restrict those planning age groups to keep here. Let's look at perception change. We need perception change. Conventionally, for our guests from Finland, in order to be a respected medicine man and woman in society, or to carry out what they called a ritual. They didn't call a young man, a young professor. We have Dr. Kinyuru was in the front line and is a very young professor, but had to look for a certain age bracket. Meaning age is gold, age is wisdom, and for that matter, we need a policy through chair of council, a policy on emeritus professors. If my retirement date is today, the HR of JKWAT will leave office at 1 a.m. to make sure I'm no longer in the system. The IT specialist must work until the time the HR goes. Your email address is off. I want to tell you a secret. I'm East African, I'm not American. We will not beat South African universities and Egyptian universities in the ranking of Africa. I did my PhD at University of Cape Town. I've been attending a small lecture as I came for this. My email address is still there. If I do some work with Dr. Kinyuru, phew, it is there. And when he, as I said, doctor, better remain there and work here. Because JKWAT made you. So can we say, heads of department, chairpersons of schools and colleges, can we emulate that gimmick? It's not a tactic, it's a gimmick. Remedy. This I think you have read, particularly those of you who are my age, but I want to inform you that without restriction and stoppage on the rate, speed, and other indirect training and culture influences, EU emphasis on language test, visionary projected and jealousy leadership and management intelligence on curriculum issues, we are nowhere. Who sponsors our curriculum? There are things you can never allow a foreigner to sponsor, and that is one of them. Because when I sponsor your own curriculum, I influence what should be taught to your people. It should be a worry to everyone in this room to have your home influenced by a foreigner. You'll have no policy in that home. What we teach our students comparative to what is elsewhere tells us we don't emulate indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge, and cultural values that we need in our scholars to replace us. Nature respects no virtue. How many of you, I'm a teacher, how many of you ever had a toothache during the day? If you have ever had a toothache during the day, probably you are like Professor who said Jesus was right. That those who are ahead will be at the back. Therefore, people had to devise means using indigenous knowledge, and they had to do something. And the patient had to continue the next morning. So now we have problems. We must solve them. Nobody will come to solve the problems for us. In terms of indigenous knowledge, I was intrigued by one of the questions on the just concluded talk. We had the problem of coronavirus. We had the problem of Marburg. And we have just had a problem of COVID-19. But when we were in coronavirus and Marburg, the Department of Biology and Pharmacy at Mbarara University of Science and Technology and Makerere teamed up to crack the nut. And that's where you heard about Covidex in Uganda. Simple plants. I was amazed to find that plant. Who can give me an example of an indigenous traditional African computer? There are many. There are many in medicine. Those of you who come from Zambia and Malawi, ask around. People leave their offices without the knowledge of their staff. They go home, eat lunch, and come back. Telepathy. In medicine in Uganda, there is an orthopedic family specialist. They'll tell you, oh, Dominic, you've had an accident. Your family should look after you, be near you by 7 every evening before sunset, and you'll feel the pain you have never had. They'll never come to you, but there is bone setting. As we speak, you know, the worst orthopedic health hazards are in East Africa because of motorbike. Here we ride without riding gear, so we have several problems. And I can assure you this family has already flown to Kansas. Last week it was in Malaysia. I don't know where they are going next, but I guess there's no patent of their work and knowledge. Next slide. Click. Those are babies per woman for Africa. In 1800, 1900, the graph was flat. 2000. Next, click. That is what? Asia. Next, click. That is what? By the America is not America because they are Negroes, they are Africans, so they are branded. Is that so? Next and last. That is what? Europe. Who is on top? What's the problem? If you are a parent and you have too many plates on the table and you don't sweat by the Bible teaching, you eat from your sweat. Good luck. Next slide. Let us look at how the world would look if we were to measure its wealth. I like African presidents, but if you gave me an opportunity to be the president of East Africa for 1 hour or 1 second, 1 hour or 1 second, I would reward scientists the highest salary than any other person, especially the MPs. Because we have a misconception that wealth are minerals. We have a misconception that wealth are numbers in human resource. We have a misconception that wealth are those things. Wealth is in the brain. Wealth is nowhere. And that's why people can come here and take the resources, convert them into wealth, and we are looking at them. I have a small story about the data we need. My uncle, Professor Tarsis Kabwejere, who could have lectured some of you at the University of Nairobi during those bad days, told me a story. He said, young man, I met a beggar who was seated on a stone in Kampala Road. Some of you have been to Kampala Road. And I told him, suppose you tell me how much you earn per day, and I give you money for 2 months. Can't you rest? The scorching sun every day, the rain, because you see these beggars don't fear rain and the sun. And some of them are landlords. So unfortunately, this beggar gave away the rights. And when he gave away the rights, the professor took away the seat. On studying it, it was gold, diamond. You know those minerals we have in Africa. Those are our leaders. Yes, let's stop begging. Let's use wealth. So if you look, go back to that slide. If you look at this map, where is Africa? Even the few who would expand our map size of climate change mitigation and adaptation, even the knowledge we hold as old and young faculty will not be there. On Monday, Southern Sudan in Juba, temperature was 43.2. They had to close all schools. Juja on Monday was 32. If I were JKWAT, engineering department, civil, mechanical, and the rest, I would team up with Juja sub-county first. I had to do some bit of history around. I'm told all the buildings are of professors. Congratulations. But if I was the Juja sub-county official, every building without 4 trees, I would bring it down. Next slide. So indigenous, people used to hold meetings under trees. It was environmental friendly. In terms of impact, the global 5 risks, weapons of mass destruction, we have had the Ukraine and Russia war, extreme weather events, I've talked about one of Monday, natural disasters, we moved from SARS to Marburg, to Ebola, coronavirus, but some of these things were predicted after the cultivated land is irrigated. Let me ask you, why should we lie astride the equator and we don't irrigate and we have rivers? If I were JKWAT, I would tease out a chair to the parliament that if you build and you don't do water harvesting, rather than going to boreholes that have destroyed the water table and sunk the water aquifer levels, and that's why we are feeling the heat, then if I'm the Speaker of Parliament, the Vice Chancellor who wants a loan from KCB, I'm not campaigning them, can give a more exchequer value and we borrow less because those people need interest. A few Photoshops. There are several Photoshops. This you can read. We are looking at the food, energy, water nexus. Next slide. But the gold we need is data. Young faculty get data. Next slide. Next slide. Technology began in Africa. Cranes. Yeah, if you go to Egypt, you'll find that one of the biggest stones is the one that closes the pressure on top of the pyramid. How did it go there? So we made cranes in Africa. And when we made them, we slept. Now cranes are made in where? China. Quickly, next slide, next slide. Next slide. Yes, that one. No, that one. There is a message for management challenges, message for researchers, and message for research hub challenges. Let us not fall in the valley of death. Next slide. I know everybody in this conference knows how to read and write. Next slide. Architecture mimics nature. The best mimic we can get from termite mounds. In Nairobi, the buildings that are coming up, they resemble nature. There's one which is twisted. Some of the structures are hexagonal and the rest. Next slide. Building material and seasoning. Next slide. This is the cooperation. Our friends from the north, Finland, welcome. When you come and we exchange and we critique one another, we'll solve all the problems. But when you remain there and we remain here, there will be a divide. And that divide, nature has no divide. There I was doing some research for my PhD. Then here, beyond question, science can greatly improve life for people in the developing world and do so within a reasonable short time. That was said by the UNESCO, trying to tell us that the environment is necessary, but indigenous people, they know where you invest less, but you gain most. And one of them is beekeeping. The last slide, I think, this is architecture. It looks beautiful, but you check the architecture we are now accustomed to. because of softwares. Can we go back to the drawing board? Next slide. Next slide. Agriculture. I put this slide this afternoon because I saw banana seedlings, and but traditionally a banana was even a place you can rest. The babies are rested there as the people. But these days, farming is left to Dominic, but the young ones don't know even. They say things come from the deep freezer. Next slide. I'm almost concluding, Chair. You requested me to talk about indigenous knowledge. I want to conclude by telling you that we need indigenous knowledge, but it can only move through heritage. We have crossbred many things, and we lose such breeds with low cholesterol, with less effects. The milk itself is medicinal, and those are the long anchor horned cows. Next slide. This one is very important. Chair, how many patents do we have? That's why the council chair was challenging us. And because you challenged us the other week.
So just straight and then to your left. And then for policy, governance, entrepreneurship, business, and economics, it's room 2. I think that is B107, so that is straight down, left, and then you go upstairs. So it's on the first floor. Again, thank you for your patience. We also have 2 online sessions. Sorry, 1 online session, which is engineering, built environment, and infrastructure. And I believe that room has already been opened. So for those of you in engineering, please go online and join that team. So as we do that, that will be the end of us meeting here today. So when you go to your breakout sessions, I would say you're free to leave after you finish your conversations. So we hope to see you tomorrow morning at 8:30 so that we can begin the registration process. Then we can also finish the day much faster than we did today. Thank you.
We want to begin in the next couple of minutes for those that have chosen to be in this breakout session.
I request that I think we can move up front for those that are seated at the back. Kindly take the seats. This is agriculture and technology. I request that we take up the seats that are closer to the podium, kindly. I then request those that would be presenting in this session to take up seats in the front row. And may I check those that are present? Mensa. Mensa, are you present? Yeah, you can be setting up. Felix. Yeah, I request you move to the front seat. I'm requesting that those that were supposed to present in this session kindly move and take up seats in the... I guess we are now ready to begin. May I take this chance to welcome us to this session. We'll be listening to speakers that will be presenting work that they have been conducting, studies and innovations within agriculture and technology space. There would be presentations stretching from social sciences within agriculture all the way to soils, there is livestock, to biophysical and even weed management. I wish also to appreciate and recognize the Chair of Council for choosing to be in this session. Without maybe wasting a lot of time, we now wish to give chance to our first speaker, who will be presenting work on smallholder farmers' attitudes towards locally and organic soil management inputs. We'll be allowing you 10 to 15 minutes to present, then welcome the next presenter. Over to you.
Good afternoon. I am Grace Mensah, an MSc Horticulture student of JKUAT. Today, my presentation title is Smallholder Farmers' Attitudes toward locally made commercial organic fertilizers in Kiambu and Kirinyaga counties. So, organic fertilizers, they are substitute for chemical fertilizers, as they enhance soil fertility and they also maintain crop productivity. In order to promote the increased use of organic fertilizers, there are several entities such as the Community Sustainable Development Program, COSDEP, Resource-Oriented Care, and Safi Organics. They are producing organic fertilizers such as Safi and Bukashi, and they are selling them to farmers. And also farmers are receiving trainings on organic fertilizer preparation and application. But however, the utilization is still low. And also, policies makers trying to increase the use of organic fertilizers. It has to be in line with farmers' attitude. And farmers' attitude is crucial for understanding their behavior. So, therefore, for example, a farmer who has a positive attitude towards organic fertilizers may influence his fellow farmers into using these organic fertilizers. But then, currently, there are limited scientific investigation into farmers' attitudes on these locally made organic fertilizers. So our study assesses the attitude of smallholder farmers towards these locally made organic fertilizers and their underlying determinants. The study was conducted in Kiambu and Kirianga counties during the month of September and October 2023. So we used purposive sampling to select the study sites, and then simple random sampling techniques was used to draw the sample farmers. So we had a sample size of 109 farmers that were selected randomly and using a structured questionnaire. So in order to assess the smallholder farmers' attitudes, we developed 14 statements, and these statements were presented to farmers, and they were asked to rate them on a 5-point Likert scale. So farmers' attitude, our model of analysis, we use descriptive statistics, which were means and percentages, and also exploratory factor analysis. So EFA was used to also determine those factors that influence the attitudes of farmers towards these organic fertilizers. So for our results, these are just some of our social economic characteristics that we gather from the survey. So for this result, the study discovered that the ages of farmers and also their years of farming, their farm size, and their years of using organic fertilizers, they differ statistically. So on this board, we can see that farmers in Kiambu, they were older than those farmers in Kirianga counties, and also they have more years of farming experience than those in Kirianga counties. And for the gender, the study established that there were more female participants than male. And in terms of group memberships and access to credits, we saw that there were statistically difference amongst the two groups. So these are our results for farmers' attitudes. Like I said, we developed 14 statements, and these statements were presented to farmers in order to assess their attitudes on the use of locally made organic fertilizers. So these were some of the statements. So this was how the farmers rated them. So we have, we have SD, strongly disagree, and we have D, disagree, N was neutral, A, agree, and SA, strongly agree. So farmers were presented these statements, and they were asked to rate them. So those points that are highlighted were how farmers rated the statements. So for instance, I will just review up the statements. So like these ones that says, there is a need for support from the government to increase organic fertilizer use. We saw that across the two counties, farmers strongly agreed to that statement that there is a need for the government to support them to increase their organic fertilizer use. And we also have the last statement here that says, I get better yield when I use organic fertilizer on my farm. Across the two counties, the farmers rated them on the positive side of the Likert scale. So across the two counties, so farmers, they strongly agree, and they agree to that statement. And also, there's the continuation of the statements. We have organic fertilizer improve the soil fertility. So farmers across the two counties, they had positive organic fertilizer improve soil fertility. Across the two counties, farmers rated the statement positively across the two counties. And also for the other last one here that says, I receive personal satisfaction when I use organic fertilizer on my farm. As we can see, it is highlighted there. Across the two counties, farmers had positive attitude because their rating was high on the positive side of the Likert scale. So in order to determine those factors that were associated with the positive attitude of farmer, we had to do the factor analysis. So factor analysis is a statistical analysis. Factor analysis is a statistical. Excuse me. So the EFA determines the factors that influence the attitude of farmers towards this organic fertilizer. But before running the EFA, we had to run the Castle-Meyer-Oken and sampling adequacy test. So the KMO rule was used to assess the adequacy of the data. So they are saying that KMO value ranging from 0.5 to 1 are appropriate for factor analysis. And it also retains factors with agent value greater than 1. But then for our case, our study achieved the KMO value of 0.8, which means that our data was appropriate for factor analysis. And then this is the street plot of agent value and component number. So according to this street plot, we're supposed to only retain 4 factors. So this line that is like this, we retain just 4 factors, 1, 2, 3, 4. So after we ran the EFA, 4 factors are retained. So 4 agent values are retained after PCA, which accounted for about 62.57% of the variance. So these are the 4 factors, but there are 2 of them. Factor 1, we name factor 1 preference of organic fertilizers, and factor 1 have 4 variables loading. So these were, I am willing to continuously use organic fertilizer on my farm. I receive personal satisfaction from using organic fertilizer on my farm. So these are the factors that are loaded on factor 1. And then factor 2 was termed as beneficial factor. Factor 3, awareness and availability factor, and factor 4, income factor. So we had a total variance of 62.578%. So these are all attributes that shape farmers' attitude positively towards the use of organic fertilizer, locally made organic fertilizer. So in conclusion, farmers across the 2 counties, they had positive and relatively homogeneous attitude towards these locally made organic fertilizer. And also the attitudes of farmers were associated with 4 factors. So these were the preference of organic fertilizer, beneficial factor, awareness and availability factor, and also income factor. So these were all attributes that shape farmers' attitude towards organic fertilizer positively. Thank you.
For the presentation and for keeping time, I request that we keep any comments or questions that we may have until we are done with the next couple of presenters. So thank you, Grace. Now, the next presenter, we wish to welcome a presenter who will be presenting work on assessing the effects of integrated pest management adoption on leafy vegetable productivity in Siaya County. As he prepares, would wish to confirm if Mullah present. Teresia Njeri. Do we have Teresia Njeri? Rusi Mumbi and Martin. Okay, good.
Okay. Can start. I proceed. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Collins Kaisha. I'm going to take you through a study which we conducted on determinants on IPM adoption among smallholder vegetable farmers in Siaya County. The authors of this study were Felix Owino, Josiah Teka, Robert Mbeche, and I, Collins Kaisha. Thank you. So, as we all know very well, based on study reports are showing that in Kenya, vegetable production has been increasing at an average annual rate of 5.67% and contributing to 24.68% of the value of the domestic horticultural produce that is produced. Based on the value of the domestic horticultural produce that were done based on the AFA reports. However, we understand that the demand of vegetable products in Kenya has been increasing, and as it's increasing, there's indiscriminate use of pesticides. Sorry about that. As the demand of vegetables in Kenya is been increasing, we see also there's indiscriminate use of pesticides in vegetables. And application of synthetic pesticide, you'll realize in Kenya, is widely used as a control mechanism to control pests with an aim of improving vegetable yields. And as you can see from the reports, one of the reports from the government of Kenya has shown that pesticide has been linked with food safety concerns among not only the consumers, but also the people who are engaged in as the producers. To intervene, we have seen that IPM approach, which is the integrated pest management approach, that uses a variety of strategies. So IPM is an approach where it's a combination of, it's a package of strategies which involves cultural, chemical, mechanical, and biological controls that help in the dealing with pests. But despite the promotion that has been conducted in Kenya regarding IPM, there is limited understanding on levels of uptake, especially on the vegetable value chain, on the producers section. So IPM studies have previously been conducted in Kenya, but main focus has been mainly on crops such as mango, tomato, and cereals, including that maize. So this study the study focused on a common vegetable, which is kales, with scientific name Brassica oleracea, which is the third most consumed vegetable by 15.7%, which is a report by Kenya. So therefore, what were the objectives of this study? Was one, to determine the level of adoption of IPM practices among vegetable farmers in Ugenya sub-county, to assess the determinants of adoption of IPM among the vegetable farmers in Ugenya sub-county. So what methodology did we use to conduct this study? First of all, the study area was purposely selected, which was on Ugenya sub-county, which is in Siaya County, because of two important reasons. That is because of the time constraint and the resource constraint. We opted to a study area to be in this area. The sample size was 109 farmers, and the sampling method was cluster sampling, where the wards were used as the clusters, and simple random sampling was done in picking the farmers who were involved in kale farming. Data collection, that is cross-sectional data, was collected through face-to-face interviews and with the use of, with the help of the semi-structured questionnaire. That's the map of Siaya County, or Ugenya sub-county. So the objectives of the study, how we were able to assess these objectives, like the first objective, that is to determine the level of adoption of IPM among vegetable farmers in Ugenya sub-county. We use descriptive statistics, that is frequency. We want to understand two important, thank you. In the probit model, we have, as shown in the, there we show that first, we want to understand, are there any farmers who had adopted IPM practice? And if no, so we were coding them 1 and 0. Then after that, we moved to the second tier, which we want to understand the intensity of adoption. So based on the intensity of adoption, we were able to have a discrete of 3 categories. That is low, 1, which is an individual who has only adopted 2. Among the categories, he has only adopted 2 strategies, 1 in each. A moderate, this is an individual who has adopted 3 to 4. While high, these are individuals who have adopted 5 and above. So those are individuals who are considered as high adopters. As we all know that the function of x, the x in the probit model represent the independent variables which are used to explain the independent variables which were selected by the authors. The second, in the ordered probit, the x also represents the independent variables which were selected to see the level of influence towards the intensity and at the same time towards adoption. The results. As we can see very well on the board is that the level of adoption on IPM based on the farmers who were sampled is that the level of adoption of IPM was at 66%. And we were able to also look at various characteristics which were distinguishing, and we find important characteristics which we find to be distinguishable and significant difference was identified was on age, the farming experience, the distance nearest to the market, the farm size, the land for under KELS production, the annual IPM training, productivity, and gender. An important characteristics which I will wish to discuss before we proceed is that age, we identify that most of the non-adopters, that is by majority of the non-adopters were old, that is by the age of 46 years, and also they had more years. And this is an important characteristics which we had to put also on the model. In terms of productivity, based on the demographic, the statistics, descriptive statistics, we see that there was significant difference in productivity between where there is higher productivity among adopters compared to non-adopters. Also, we were interested to see what are the common management strategies which the KEL farmers were adopted. And based on the results, we realized the common strategy, which I am sure even you guys, when you're at home, you realize, or at the farm, you realize is the weed management, where 100% of the farmers stated that they were involved in it. Followed by closely with the barriers, the idea of mulches, putting fences. You remember, with our focus, this is KEL production. Also, we realized that another important was seed selection. When farmers were involved in the production of vegetables, they were very careful in the selection of seeds before production. Then we focused by crop rotation, which was also a common strategy which was utilized. And also chemical strategy was nearly half of the farmers were involved in use of chemicals. Based on the probate regression, we are also able to see that the results revealed that gender, farming experience had a negative influence towards IPM adoption. However, the increase in land showed that there was a significant influence also, had a significant influence towards adoption of IPM. So meaning that people with more land maybe were more likely to adopt the idea of IPM or the package. In terms of looking at the ordered probate intensity, we are also able to see that the intensity of adoption of among farmers was mainly identified as moderate. So most of the farmers were considered as moderate, followed by high, which was by 35%, and low. And based on the ordered results, what are the factors which we identify, or the key determinants? We've identified that age, membership, farmers who were considered to be considered themselves full-time, group membership, that is education, and distance to the nearest markets were identified as important determinants towards the intensity at which an individual was adopting the IPM. In conclusion, majority of smallholder farmers interviewed were identified as adopters of IPM. And also the study was able to establish that socioeconomic factors, this is age, gender, farmer group, group membership, distance to the nearest market, education, the increase in land size influenced adoption of IPM practices. The study also, policy implication, the study suggests that there is need for provision of extension service to improve on dissemination of information on IPM practices and capacity building, which will be very important in terms of increasing the number of training. Thank you. Without forgetting, I wish to acknowledge the Department of Agriculture and Resource Economics for their study. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Collins, for the presentation and also for keeping time. I keep requesting that let's take note of the comments and any questions that we might have. We will have a chance to interact with them at the end. I now wish to welcome the next presenter, Mula E. I don't know whether it's E for Esther. Mula will be presenting a topic on the influence of ecotype and host variability on the infection severity in Striga. Welcome. Murab.
Good afternoon, everyone. Elvin Elizabeth Muller is for Elizabeth. I'm going to present to us on the influence of ecotype and host variability on infection severity of Striga hamontica. I've done this work with Professor Githiri Mwangi and Dr. Damaris Odeng in partnership with JQuat and ICRISAT and among other researchers. Okay, so into the introduction, Striga hamontica, commonly known as witchweed, is a root hemiparasite plant of common cereals, maize, sorghum, and finger millet in endemic areas as distributed in the map of Africa here. And in Kenya, it's distributed in the western parts of Kenya, mostly affecting, we have sugarcane these days and rice, but mainly it affects sorghum, finger millet, and maize, and the damage caused by Striga can be 70% to 100% yield loss. And most of this damage happens subterranean. That is, because it's a root hemiparasite, it grows for 4 to 6 weeks underground. By the time it appears above ground, it quickly flowers and sheds of seeds for the next generation of plants. So the damage cost annually has been reported to be $220 billion globally, and this damage continues to rise, much as several studies have also been done and control strategies applied. So some of the control strategies applied include hand weeding, crop rotation, chemical control, use of fertilizers. We have biological approach like Kichawi Kill that was launched by Calro, and use of resistant cultivars, which is the best approach done together with the other control practices. However, most of these are not available for the smallholder farmers, apart from their lack of knowledge. So in terms of diversity, virulence of Striga hamontica has been observed among different populations of Striga in terms of hosts. Like in West Africa, we have a Striga that affects pearl millet only, but does not affect any other host crop when planted in that field. So we have different biotypes of Striga in terms of host and also in terms of geography. However, most studies have been done on one single host crop, like maybe the Striga hamontica studied on rice, but we have observed variations in terms of how they affect crops and also phenotypic variations as we see. That is observable variations as we see we have in this. This is still Striga hamontica with purple leaves, with green leaves. This is Striga hamontica with purple, dark purple leaves, and this is Striga hamontica with light purple leaves. So considering that the observable variations, physical and even in terms of virulence, and limited studies, actually I've not seen a study this far on multiple host comparison. So we sought to understand the influence of ecotype and host variations on infection severity of Striga hamontica isolates from 3 different locations and 3 different hosts across multiple hosts. The first specific objective was to evaluate variations in virulence of Striga hamontica ecotypes from sorghum, maize, and finger millet fields, and to evaluate variations in virulence, variations in sorghum, maize, and finger millet hosts in terms of their support of Striga host growth. So I can maybe to take some time here so that it will be faster on the other slides. On the methodology, we were doing a cross-host study. So like supposing maybe you have, a sorghum field, Striga that was from a sorghum field, and then you plant maize in that field or sorghum or finger millet. How much Striga will germinate? How much Striga will attach on the host? And how much Striga will grow to maturity. So in terms of germination, the host produces chemicals that induce Striga germination, And the Striga seeds also have different size of receptors for the germination stimulants, which affect differences in virulence. And in terms of attachment and growing to maturity, Striga hamontica releases also chemicals that are favorable for each host crop, and each host crop also has different control resistant mechanisms that support Striga growth, attachment growth, and attachment to maturity, sorry. So in this regard, therefore, these are the plant materials that we used. We used Striga hamontica from different fields in Bunyala, and Lomodoi is still in Busia County, and Bita in Migori. And we selected these different regions, 3 different locations, because they're in different agroecological zones. And we tested their severity or their virulence across differential testers of maize, sorghum, and finger millet. So we have the susceptible checks and the resistant checks, and these are their sources. This experiment was carried out at ICRAF, tree nurseries, greenhouse, and laboratories where the germination tests were done. Sorry. So in terms of getting the germination test, we extracted crude root exudates from the maize, sorghum, and finger millet hosts, whereby the maize, the genotypes were grown in pots for 7 days, and then the roots were washed and transferred and grown hydroponically for 7 days, again in a 1 micromolar nitrogen long Ashton solution. This is a nutrient solution for growing. So Striga grows. Why? Maybe someone would ask, why is there no Striga in the uplands of Kenya? Because the suitable environment for Striga to grow is a low temperature, higher temperatures, low humidity, and low soil nutrition. So that's why we are using 1 micromolar, low concentration of nitrogen in this hydroponic growth for this genotype, so that it creates a conducive environment for the host to be able to release the chemicals that induce Striga germination in the test tubes. When now the host is transferred and grown in water, when the host realizes that there's no water, there's no nutrients in the soil, in the water that is, in this case, they exude stigolactones that induce Striga germination. So we used these crude root exudates that were obtained after 2 days to induce germination of preconditioned Striga. And each ecotype, as we had seen in the previous slide, we had 5 ecotypes and we had 6 genotypes. So each genotype's exudate was used to induce germination for each ecotype. And then the germination was observed under a stereo microscope, and 3 fields of views were taken, and image analysis was done using an application called ImageJ, and the formula that we used to calculate the germination percent is as here below, as recorded there. And then for this experiment, we had a positive control, which is a synthetic germination stimulant called GR24, and a negative control of water. So in terms of growth and attachment of Striga, we used rhizotron assays, which are generally root observation chambers. As I mentioned before, Striga grows underground for 7 weeks before it appears above ground. So these 7 weeks, a lot of damage is already being done. That's why it is called witchweed. Like, its effects are like that of a witch. You don't quickly see it. By the time it appears above ground, a lot of damage is caused. So we used root observation chambers and inoculated Striga from the 6 ecotypes, from the 5 ecotypes on the 5 genotypes. We're growing in pots for 7 days, transferring the genotypes to rhizotrons for 12 days to obtain surface area for inoculation. And then we inoculated at day 12, and then observed at day 3, 9, 21, and then at 28 days, we took data for Striga length, Striga number, and Striga biomass. The control for this study is that for every infected host, there was a non-infected host. But today we are just looking at the Striga parameters. So these are the methodologies for the rhizotron experiment that we did. And analysis of statistical analysis was done using analysis of variance in a 3-factor analysis of variance, where ecotype was the main factor, and then host, so that we understand how different hosts behave, and then the genotypes, and mean separations were done in LSD. So into the results and discussion. This is the general overview of the results. we see that there were no variations that were observed among the ecotypes in terms of striga germination, striga number, striga length, striga fresh weight, striga dry weight, and even their effect on the relative plant height and the relative plant dry weight. But in terms of host, there are significant variations on all the parameters of striga. And in terms of genotype, there are also significant variations on all the parameters. So the relative striga germination, how this was obtained is that the crude root exudates, because the host biologies are different, maize, sorghum, and finger millet, the root exudates were normalized, that we got 1 milligram per root for every striga. However, also, apart from that, we normalized with the positive control. That was the GR24, so as to understand the variations in each ecotype. So with this regard, maize, Bunyala ecotype, Bunyala maize ecotype induced the highest germination across, as we see, all the values are above at least 15 compared to the others. And then maize genotypes in the green box plot induced the highest germination irrespective of susceptibility. We would expect maybe that KST, for example, as a positive, as a resistant variety, should induce the lowest germination, but it induced the highest germination. In terms of relative striga number and striga length, this is color purple, I think, or pink. Yeah, finger millet. Now, in terms of attachment, finger millet supported the highest striga weight, and then also striga number and striga length compared to maize and sorghum. And in finger millet also, in terms of striga fresh weight and striga dry weight, finger millet also in the purple. Finger millet also supported the highest, striga fresh weight and striga dry weight. So this, in terms of how we would explain these variations, maize has higher root weight, and maybe that's why it induced highest germination, considering that probably there were higher concentrations of the crude root exudates, the germination stimulants, hence inducing higher germination percent. In terms of support of striga, however, finger millet is a slow grower, but it supported the highest striga length, fresh weight, and dry weight. And possibly this is because, I don't know if it's a new host, because many studies have been done on striga and finger millet. So probably it's a new host, and that's why it's supporting highest striga parameters. However, finger millet has been domesticated in Africa, so we are still not certain why these differences. However, also, as we see in here, in terms of the effect on the host, though finger millet supported the highest striga length, striga number, striga fresh weight, and striga dry weight, in terms of the effect on the host, in comparing to the infected and non-infected, the finger millet genotypes had the least effect. Striga had the least effect on finger millet. So this points to a potential for finger millet to do well in striga-prone areas compared to maize and sorghum. So these are some of the representative images of striga germination. And then a challenge that was experienced that probably is a resistant mechanism for maize is that at the last day of collection of data, striga growing in maize was rotting off, probably as a post-attachment resistant mechanism. So in conclusion, striga virulence depends upon interaction of host species and corresponding parasite populations, and maybe I'll just mention a few of these, and then that maize genotypes, irrespective of susceptibility, induced highest striga germination. So this is a potential that there could be something in maize that can be used, because these days the approach to control striga is use of suicidal germination, where chemicals are poured in the soil and then striga dies, thinking that there is a host present. So because maize induced higher germination percentages, even compared to the control, a synthetic control, then extracts from the crude root exudates can be used to see which stigolactons are they that can be used for suicidal germination of striga? Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for the presentation. Audience, kindly keep noting their comments and questions. We'll be able to interact with the presenters once we are done with the next two presentations. Wish to welcome the next presenter, Lucy Mumbi. Lucy will be presenting work on the potential of pineapple fruit residue as silage feed for goats. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucy Njeri. I'm an MSc student under the supervision of Dr. Isaac Osuga and Dr. John Kagira on the nutritional evaluation of pineapple fruit residue silage as feed for goats in Kenya. So in Kenya, we have over 26 million goats, and with this, most farmers struggle with feed scarcity and fluctuating feed quality. This leads, especially during the dry seasons, this leads the farmers to utilize readily available materials that are low nutritive value, leading to low productivity and profitabilities in their venture. Therefore, we need to come up with sustainable solutions. For example, utilizing agro-industrial waste, such as pineapple residue. That was our choice. Since Kenya is ranked 21st largest pineapple producer in the world, this waste is in abundance. Therefore, we ensile this pineapple waste to preserve, to improve palatability and the nutritive value. Therefore, to improve the goat nutrition, productivity, profitability, and also for better waste management. The general objective was to develop a process of making pineapple residue silage as an alternative feed for East African goats and evaluate its nutritive value in comparison to the more traditional fodder maize silage. The specific objective was to determine the silage quality, nutritional value, microbial and physical characteristics of ensiled pineapple fruit residue products. Okay. So we began by preparing the silages, We began by preparing the silages, both the pineapple residue silage and the fodder maize silage, which was the control. We sourced the pineapple residue from Del Monte, sourced the maize fodder from JQuat Farms, and the silage preparation was done at JQuat Farms. But for the maize silage, for the maize, it had to be chopped into small pieces. As for the pineapple residue, it was in the right size, so we compacted the mixture and sealed for 30 days for the ensiling period. But just before that, we had to standardize and modify the procedure into laboratory scale, that is preparing it in Ziploc bags. And once we had a successful ensilement, we were able to adopt the procedure into now 100 kg plastic drums for the in vivo studies that are underway right now. So we evaluated the silage quality every 5 days, from day 0 to day 30, which was the end of the ensiling period. We examined for the physical characteristics, that is the odor, color, and texture. We examined for the fungal count, the pH, and also the lactic acid content. We also did a nutritive evaluation of the silages, that is the proximate analysis for the following parameters: the dry matter, crude protein, crude ash, either extract, crude fiber, carbohydrates, and also the fiber analysis on neutral detergent fiber, acid detergent fiber, and acid detergent lignin. For the results of the physical characteristics, the color, the texture, the odor, and also the bag condition were all in alignment with the characteristics of a good quality, well-preserved silage. As you can see for the, I don't know if you can see it clearly, but for the fodder maize silage, it went from a vibrant green color to an olive green color throughout the ensiling period. The same went for the pineapple residue. silage as from yellow-green to a yellow-green olive color throughout the ensiling period. The texture and the odor were all in alignment with a good quality silage. The bags were not distended, therefore respiration, which leads to nutritive losses, did not occur. As for the proximate composition, which is now the nutritive evaluation, the pineapple residue silage had a higher moisture content, which of course consequently led to a lower dry matter in comparison to that of the fodder maize silage. But the pineapple residue silage showed prominence in the crude protein, either extract and crude fiber content in comparison to that of the fodder maize silage. As for the fodder maize silage, it had a marginally higher amount of carbohydrates compared to that of the pineapple residue silage. And for the neutral detergent fiber and acid detergent fiber profiles for the fodder maize silage were higher than that of the pineapple residue silage. Looking at these results at face value, it shows that the pineapple residue silage neutral detergent and also acid detergent fiber shows that the pineapple residue will have a better digestibility and also a better intake compared to that of the fodder maize silage. But this is we are actually exploring this in the in vivo study, so we'll have the answer to that soon. On comparison of the pH and the lactic acid content, the pineapple residue silage initially had a lower pH compared to that of the fodder maize silage, but the fodder maize silage had a rapid fermentation, which is ideal for a good quality silage. The stabilization point for the fermentation started around day 10 to around day 25 for the fodder maize silage, and that of the pineapple residue silage started around day 15 to around day 25. At the end of the ensiling period on day 30, the fodder maize silage had a pH of 3.8, which is a characteristics of a good quality silage, and the pineapple residue silage had a 3.6 pH. As for the lactic acid content, the pineapple residue silage had a higher amount of lactic acid on the initial point compared to that of the fodder maize silage, and the peak active fermentation was on day 15 for both of the silages. And the pineapple residue had a higher amount of lactic acid content compared to that of the fodder maize silage. To the results of the fungi count, we were able to identify different species of fungi in the silages. There was Aspergillus flavus, Penicillium chrysogenum, Penicillium citrinium, and Trichoderma hasianum, but the most abundant fungi was Aspergillus flavus. At the end of the ensiling period, for the fodder maize silage, it had a 1.2 times 10 to power 4 colony forming units per ml, but that of the pineapple residue silage at day 30, there was no detection of fungal growth. That means there was better preservation for the pineapple residue silage in comparison to that of the fodder maize silage. I would like to conclude by saying that from the results of our experiment, that is the nutritive value, the physical characteristics, and also the microbial population of these silages, it shows that the pineapple residue silage had was a promising viable alternative to the fodder maize silage, and that means it will be able to enhance the goat nutrition. And as of right now, we are going on with the in vivo studies. So to compare directly, when you feed pineapple residue silage and another group, which is a control to be fed on the fodder maize silage, we see the growth performance and also the digestibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie, for the presentation. We now want to listen to the last speaker, then we start interacting with the presenters. Our last speaker will be Martin Kimani, who will be presenting on the nutritional composition and in vitro dry matter digestibility of feed ingredients and compound feeds utilized in dairy cattle production in Kenya. Welcome, Martin.
Evening. It's no longer afternoon anyway. But thank you. I'm Martin Kimani. I'm an MSc student at the School of Agriculture, dealing with animal nutrition. And I've been investigating the nutritional composition and in vitro dry matter digestibility of current locally used dairy feeds and feed ingredients in Kiambu County with my supervisors, Dr. Gisheha and Dr. Osuga. So, yeah. So normally in dairy farming, we know that feeding is the most critical aspect. Actually, that's where the highest cost input comes in. So where you find that whatever you give to your animals, the input is related to your output. What do you get? The quality of your milk, either quality or quantity. So you have to make sure you feed the best that you can with the resources that you have at your hand in order to get the best results. Now, accurate information, exact information of these feedstuffs and their composition is very important in order to know what exactly you are going to get to predict also your milk production. Now, the problem even was highlighted by the director. We are operating with international literature. Most of the proximate analysis results are usually from abroad. Most of the times, the NRC in the US, we deal with that mostly. But you know there are differences in species as well as storage, processing habits. It will give you different proximate compositions. That's why we need to update our own local with our own resources. Now, when it comes to ruminants, the dairy cows, nutritive value is mostly defined by the degradability in the rumen because it operates different than monogastrics. Now, here is where in vitro techniques comes in, especially if you want to deal with individual fractions or nutritional compositions, where you will find that if I want to measure X, like copra or cottonseed cake, I cannot feed a dairy cow just that diet. It's not healthy and it's not ethical either way. So you have to, they allow you to simulate the internal environment of the rumen, and it will provide a cheaper and faster alternative to the in vivo trials, especially if you are starting out in research. Now, with this case of increasing instances of poor food quality, some dodgy ingredient sources, we need to have a benchmark of which to work with, even when dealing with farmers and the shareholders in the dairy industry. Now, this study was centered in Kiambu County. It's a very prolific dairy farming area. And Thika Town actually is a hotspot for feed industry. You find a lot of feed manufacturers, local ones, as well as the big companies. So now what we did, I collected 6 dairy feed samples, designated letters in lieu of names for privacy reasons, also confidentiality, and 10 feed ingredients, 5 carbohydrate sources, common, 5 protein sources, labeled and sealed. Now, the first step was the standard proximate analysis for the usual compositions of dry matter, ash, either extract, protein, as well as crude fiber. However, but we'll come to that by the standard methods. However, in ruminants, it's more important to deal with the neutral detergent fiber, acid detergent fiber, and the lignin. These are more critical when dealing with ruminants in general, even dairy cows, goats. Now the in vitro analysis was done in the University of Nairobi Animal Nutrition Lab, but the rumen fluid was sourced from Calrovia Simuguga, fistulated boran steer. So it was fed on a diet of roads, but anyway, that's in the methodology. But basically, this is what we usually do. We make an inoculum of this and rumen and artificial saliva. We want now to simulate, this is a water bath. We simulate the first step of degradation in the rumen, because there are 2 stages, the rumen and the stomach. So we are simulating both of them, both stages in either way. So these are the initial results we are getting. So the composition was fairly standard, as you can compare to the other ingredients. the literature from abroad per se, but there were some differences, especially when it came to the neutral and acid detergent fiber. As for the in vitro dry matter digestibility, what we found out that, okay, it's knowledge, it's scientific knowledge, but it's not really widespread among farmers. The higher the ADF, the lower the in vitro dry matter digestibility. That will deal with the digestibility of your feed. The NDF is the intake. So these are the key elements to look at. The ADF and the NDF. So when it came to the feeds, however, we used the Kenya Bureau of Standards, board standards as a benchmark. As you can see, moisture, maximum. Now this is where things became a bit interesting, because you'll find that, yes, the moisture content was fairly standard within the required, but the protein was fluctuating. Some were below and others were high. Same with the either extract, the fat, one was above the required requirements. Now, the problem with this system is we are focusing on the crude fiber, yes, but this is something that we also hope to change, because this is a dairy animal. We needed to focus more on the NDF and the ADF, and also the results apply to that, where you'll find that the higher the ADF, the lower the in vitro dry matter digestibility. And fiber does not make any difference at that point, because you'll see that one of the feeds had actually the highest, one of the highest crude fiber content, but also the highest ADF, which means the digestibility was the lowest. Now, what does this tell us in general? First, we need to have a library, a localized library. It's being done everywhere, in India, in some South American countries. We need to know what is in our feed, our species of crops. For example, you'll find that standard copra, you'll find they are setting it's 22 to around 24, but here we found it was 16% ours. How sure are you? It's not palm kernel expeller, for example. Now these ones, some high ADF levels, also some high ash content, you'll find that this is indicative of there is some contamination there. And as we know, some dealers are a bit unscrupulous, so they might try to trick you there. As for the feeds now, when we came to the feed, we have to have accountability, because a company per se might say that this is a big company, I don't really have to flow with what, my product is good, but otherwise the protein is the lowest or the highest, for example, but the fiber fractions are even lower. So this is still an ongoing one, because we want to look in depth into the fraction, individual protein and carbohydrate fractions. But this tells us something. If this is just scratching the tip of the surface, and we've uncovered so much about what we have and the difference with what the other countries have, for example, what we are tailoring in our feed manufacturing, what more can we uncover? Thank you for your time, and hope to see you in the next one.
Thank you, Martin, and thank you all the speakers for your very excellent presentations and for keeping time. So I guess now is time for the audience to interact with the presenters. We have chance to ask questions or even make comments, and I request that when you are free to put a question, but then indicate that your question, who is supposed to respond to the question. So, any questions? And at least we must find a way. We must be able to find a way of interacting with our next generation of faculty. And this is the group that was being challenged by the previous keynote speaker. So we will begin with Dr. Mbeche, and the rest, I think, as the rest prepare their questions. Thank you, Dr. Mbeche.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, the presenters, for the great work you have done. I'll put a few questions and direct them to the specific presenters. For Grace, I just wanted to check from you whether you checked the differences between those that are currently using organic fertilizers compared to those that are not. I took note of the statement where willingness to continue, suggesting that perhaps this would have best responded to somebody in this country. So I just wanted to have a very much broader question: is where are we now? Are we, I from the literature I read many years ago, Homa Bay, Kakamega, there were terrible problems, and I'm just wondering: are we in the state we were many years back? Are we better off? And if so, what is it that you could say has delivered the improvements? If we have worsened, what potentially may have happened? For Lucy, these are all very interesting studies, and I just wanted, Lucy, if you could reflect on pineapple waste is something that potentially could also be used for other uses. Perhaps maybe doing compost, and many other things. And so the question is the sustainability of this pineapple, I don't know whether to call it feed. What is the sustainability of it in the context where I don't even know we have enough volume of pineapple at the moment, that potentially once you have proof of concept, we can now say, okay, now we know what needs to be done, let's go for it. So, and then perhaps also reflect, are these ideas only applicable to goats? Can they work for dairy cattle or cattle? And for, sorry, I didn't pick the name. Martin? Yes? Yes, Martin. And for Martin, sorry to have asked many questions because I'm allowing other people to think and also put their questions down. For Martin, you have started to unearth certain differences in terms of what the feed is expected to have vis-a-vis what is already there. What are the implications of this? What is the underlying things that could explain this, and why should we be worried? Thank you very much. Sorry for taking so long.
Thank you, Dr. Mbeche. And I request the speakers to keep noting your questions. Then we'll pick another couple of questions, then we'll come up front so that we respond from the podium.
My name is Frederick Aila. I'm in business, but I'm interested. I work at Maseno University. 2 questions. The first one is for Grace. When you looked at the 4 factors from your EFA, the last factor was the income factor. From your data, it had the lowest factor loadings. Yet, of course, for organic fertilizer to make sense, I am stressing the T in cents, then income is important for us. So what are your comments on this? What needs to be done differently so that organic fertilizer will start making sense for the farmers? The second one is is it Kaisha? Okay. And you have, you work in Siaya, and probably your comments on those 2 factors, that is gender and age, given the conversation across the globe now, is how best do we give a voice to women? But secondly, how do we endear farming to young people? What will be your thoughts on this? Thank you.
All right, thank you. My name is Umaru Soro. I'm a master student at PAUSTI doing molecular biology and biotechnology. So my question is directed to Mula Elizabeth. So what can farmers do to prevent or combat Striga monticus? I know I'm from a country where it's also a big problem. So how can we prevent or combat that? Thank you.
Well, thank you, audience, for the interaction. I don't know whether we can pick the last one before we invite the presenters to respond. Do we have anybody who wants to make a comment or a question? Maybe if none, then I wish to thank the audience for raising important questions and reflections, because for me, the broader question was, we were listening to a challenge that was being thrown to us by the keynote speaker since morning. How is this work going to be part of the restarting that the keynote speakers were challenging us to be part of, as part of the young faculty? I have a question for Lucy, perhaps also thinking about what is the potential for commercializing pineapple residue as feed, but also related, Dr. Mbeche's question is why pineapple? Yet there are many fruits. But also it appears that one of the indicators where it's not performing well is the issue of moisture content. What might be the mitigation be? I guide that we will be responding to these questions in the order that we presented. So request that Grace, you would come up front, you take up your questions. Then we'll move to Collins, then Elizabeth, then Lucy, and then finally Martin.
So the first question was whether I check with those who are not using the organic fertilizer. So doing the survey, those farmers, they were like, there are some farmers who had just begun to use the organic fertilizer, maybe like less than 5 months. But most of those farmers that I was dealing with, they were into organic fertilizers, but they were using both organic fertilizers and the chemical fertilizers together. Yeah. But some were using purely organic, but some were mixing them. And for my last factor, the income factor. So when I was trying to label those factors, like, because I just came up with that, the income factor, because that has to do with income. Like, the farmers were asked whether consumers are willing to pay higher prices for those organic produce, like, and that has to do with income. So I just label it that way. I don't know if that was, yeah. But that was, so that was it.
Thank you, Grace, for the responses. Perhaps, if you don't mind, anyway, we will call you at the end, and we will be requesting one of us to also do the ritual, even if it is just to congratulate you for the presentations. Next, Collins would respond to the feedback.
The question was on, there were two important characteristics which the study had identified. This involved the age and gender. So one of the things which we identified on the study is that female-headed households were more prone towards adoption of IPM. What could be the possible explanation of these results? One of the things that we identified is that most of the women in the rural setups are normally organize themselves in something called groups, associations, and through these women groups, you find that there's a lot of empowerment. And this is linked with the question which was asked, how can women empowerment be done? One of the ways of empowering women, because as we know very well, based on an African setup, and Kenya being part of that African setup, is that most of the resources are normally controlled by what? The male-headed households, whom the men, in that process, you might find they might provide less resources towards adoption of these strategies, because sometimes we realize strategies such as development of certain barriers, nets, it will require you to allocate a certain level of resources towards it. The other thing which was raised was on age. One of the things that we realized is that age had a negative influence towards adoption of these technologies. What does this? What was the possible explanation that we identified is that most of the men who are involved or the farmers who are involved in kales production, you'll realize they have a certain way of doing their production, and they tend to become a little bit rigid, because the person, like some of the farmers were saying, if it has worked for me over time, why should I change? And one of the things we can change through this is through extension services, where we'll be able to identify the champion or farmers whom have adopted IPM. Then through such results, we'll be able to show them that we can see the difference exists, significant difference in productivity compared to IPM. So such results will encourage most farmers to do what? To adopt IPM. Thank you.
Thank you, Collins. Next is Elizabeth.
The questions. So the first question is, Steiger has been with us for some time, and that is very true. I was actually puzzled that it was there in America before 1950s. And in Africa, the studies have, I think, began in 1980s or something, where a consortium came up to study Steiger. But in terms of damage, I can talk in terms of damage. I see like the damage is continuously increasing, probably also because of issues of climate change, which increase, when the global temperatures increase, then it's a more conducive environment for Steiger to thrive. So probably because of that, maybe we have the continued Steiger menace. But I would say, so are we better or are we worse? I don't know if this is a political question. I have been thinking to some extent that Steiger is more a political problem than it is a research problem, that it can end. Steiger can end. I believe if it was Steiger was cleared in America. I hear also in Tanzania they did a majimbo system where the farmers begin. Today we are going to Elvin's farm. Before the Steiger flowers, they uproot. Tomorrow we are going to Dr. Wesley's farm. Before it flowers, we uproot. So in that way, they reduce the seed bank, because one Steiger plant can produce thousands of seedlings, very tiny seedlings. So I would say that we are better off in terms of understanding the pathogen. In terms of control, we are also better because some control strategies have been employed, like the use of biopesticides. Steiger mostly affects small-scale farmers who cannot easily acquire fertilizers. So in terms of maybe input supply, like even the Kichawi killer, sometime in Busia, they are not able to acquire it. And Kichawiki was only legalized for maize. Is it sorghum or maize? Maize. It has not been legalized for these other crops, though they are also affected by striga. So in terms of WAS, I would say that how can, I don't know if this is government, because as a speaker has mentioned here before, when you involve government in research, then the problem becomes different, unless maybe you use extension farmers who are generally interested to see that the pathogen ends. Because there are many farmers who do not even know that it is the flowers that increase the seed bank. So that would also answer the question of what can farmers do? Before the flowers, the striga flowers, it would be advisable that they have them uproot and not throw on the road, alongside the road. Because when you throw alongside the road, the seed deposits go to the road. When it rains, they are washed off to the farms again. So uproot the striga before it flowers, and dig, even if it has flowered, burn them in a pit. So like dig a hole, burn them in that pit. So like that Majimbo system that was also used in Tanzania can also be used. And farmer education can also be used to control striga. So what are the potentials? There are many suicidal germination controls currently. These suicidal germinations apply across all hosts of striga. Unlike Kichawiki that has only been legalized for maize, the suicidal germination controls apply for all hosts. So, and there is potential for it now. Like this is what was used in the US to end striga. So we can apply that, and then, or that means for you, the use of suicidal germination will mean that maybe some farmers will miss some planting season, but if for a time, so that we solve a long-term problem, then that is better. But meanwhile, we are continuing to develop resistant varieties and also understanding which chemicals can better be used for suicidal germination, like part of what I've been doing in my research.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for the excellent response. Next, Lucy, kindly come up front and respond to some of the questions.
Okay, so to begin with, is the pineapple waste, does it have other uses? Will it be a sustainable, can you hear me? Will it be sustainable? Will it be a sustainable feed? I would say yes, because before we got this idea, some farmers in Githunguri have been using it, not as a silage, but as raw as it is. When you buy it, when they get it when it's raw. So they have been using it for a while. But the problem with that is that you cannot preserve it for a long time. It will develop molds, it will get contaminated, and therefore leading to losses. So utilizing it as a silage will ensure it will last longer. It will be more beneficial for the goats, and also at the same time it will not be losing its nutritive value as it rots. So yes, it is sustainable. Also, we have so many other regions that are planting pineapple, not just the mainstream companies such as the Del Monte. Around Mangu area, all the way, on your way to Navasha, all that region is selling planting pineapples. They have the byproduct and now the waste. They have been just leaving it around, using it as compost, yet we have so many livestock that can utilize this feed for better productivity. Yes, it can also be used for other ruminants, for example, the big ruminants like the cows, the cattle. But for us, we utilize the goats because it's within our budget, and also it can stimulate bigger ruminants. The other question was, Also, we can encourage these farmers if they see there are other uses to pineapple waste. They can be encouraged to plant the pineapples in their farms as a commercial, as a way to earn more money. Why pineapple? I grew up in Thika, so it's like. Yeah, it's true. I've grown up in Thika. Actually, where I come from is called Nanasi Estate. So it's like, that is my favorite fruit also. There are so many other things other than just being an animal nutritionist that has led me to using pineapple as my choice of study. The other question. Also, the other regions, like the eastern, the coastal region, we have so many pineapple plantations. So we have them in abundance. That's what I would say. And also, my opinion is, why not use it and exhaust them instead of just leaving them to as waste? Let's use it and then now go on to another fruit, another byproduct. The other one was the moisture content, how we mitigated this. For us, because we did a laboratory scale and we were able to assess the nutritive value and all the other microbial and also the physical characteristics, that did not affect our silage quality. But there are ways you can dry the pineapple residue to reduce the moisture content to around 70 to 80 because silage is supposed to have a higher moisture content. Therefore, maybe you can reduce that by drying it. But for us, we did not anticipate any problem because we had done a laboratory scale. I don't know if I've left out any other.
Thank you, Lucy. Yeah. I guess you have responded to most of the questions. And finally, Martin. And keep the response brief.
Yeah, so basically there has to be variations because these are from different species than from the literally values we have. You'll find the Indian, the maize is different from the, let's say, South American. As well, as apart from the species, we also have processing. You will find that in case of, farmers know about the soybean meal incidences, where it's a good source of protein, but it also has a risk of trypsin inhibitors. So there is a balance, heating or overheating or underheating. You will find yourself ruining the batch, let's say if you overheat. Underheating now is a problem because you can't feed that animal that. So it will also affect it will tell you the quality. Let's say if you bring it to analysis, you are a farmer, you know this has to be analyzed to be sure. Why is this protein level too low? Now you'll start to know. Those variations, things also like that. Location, time of planting, a lot of reasons bring that variation. And now the implications now is you can hold people accountable. If an unscrupulous dealer can sell you, you know you can go to a facility like Calro or maybe even JQuat, they do analysis, they say, you told me this has X, but now it has this amount. Some people mix palm kernel, I read it somewhere, palm kernel expeller and copra expeller. You find you have a hybrid. Most of these people, some of them unscrupulous one, they will mix in the ingredients. So this is a way of rooting out. So you'll find there will be a lot of variations, but further testings will be critical in order now to lay down a good benchmark. What we have in Kenya, this is what we should expect. Nothing more, maybe nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin, don't leave. I request all the speakers, the presenters, kindly come up front so that we appreciate you, just like we were doing to the other speakers. There was an indication that rituals can only be done by certain people. Now, Dr. Mbeche, kindly, just come. And in a minute, if you have any inspiration, we had challenges that were being thrown to us by the keynote speakers. This is the next generation of faculty, the next generation of scientists. What would you want to tell them in a minute? And then I heard there is a 3 factorial that is patented. Kindly. My rapporteur kindly also join them so that if the cameramen or camera ladies do their job, you will also be in the photo.
I guess what I would like to begin off with is let's give them a 3 factorial for the work well done. Thank you. I'm quite impressed by the work that I listened to here, and I believe the audience would also attest to this. And would like to encourage you to continue. And based on the keynote that we had, I know a lot of you people are from biophysical sciences. Let's also start to think of local knowledge, indigenous knowledge, and integrate it in our approximate analysis in whatever things that we do. Let's have an objective in the future, not in the current study. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mbeje, for that inspiration, and thank you, presenters, for the excellent presentation and the good work that you are doing. Thank you very much. I think, yes, Dr. Mbeje, you can shake their hands now that we don't have any package to give them. As he does that, I have an announcement. Do we have presenters who were supposed to present or scheduled to present in the afternoon? Those that were scheduled to present in the afternoon, you do your presentations tomorrow. And we wish to apologize for the change of schedule, but I think it's understandable. We have had really a very interesting day and listening to very, very interesting presentations. Thank you very much and hope to see you tomorrow. And I think, Shem, do you have any? Yeah, then I think with those remarks, we wish to declare that this session is closed. And wish you a nice evening and hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
We have developed a number of machineries. We have been able to develop a stirrer that is used for mixing detergents that are also used for making soap. We have deployed the stirrer to a women group called Hazinawaja. We have also been able to make a decorticator, and this is an equipment, this is a machine that is used for processing fiber. We have also made a briquetting machine. This is a technology that has been very useful in helping SMEs that are making briquettes, and they were making briquettes by hand. It's been very useful in making briquettes that are obtained from carburized or carbonized coconut shell. Aside from that, we have made other equipment, like we have made a soap mold, very important in improving